never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Further ado, here we go. Give me my dreams, right? All right, what's going on here? We got a Tuesday. We'll be making our way time zone to time zone into the third day of August for 2021. Close out a Monday. Kind of a cool, comfortable night outside the Hotshot Secret bunker, Cincinnati, Ohio. It's like 67 outside the bunker, 63 at the international airport. A little cooler when you get away from the city. And very low humidity. Not a trace of rain anywhere to be found in this region. Get down in the southeast, that's a different story. A lot of rain in the northern and central Florida. It's like most of the action is north of Tampa, but you've got some heavy-duty rain between Tampa and Jacksonville. Heavy rains. What direction's that going? Kind of have some heavy rain moving through Apalachicola, Florida. East of Tallahassee, heavy rain. Rain from Ocala to Gainesville. Again, some of this headed toward Jacksonville. Showers on up into southern Georgia as well. South central and southeast portions of the state. Lighter rain up in northern Georgia. Some of the suburbs around northern, eastern Atlanta. There's some light rain moving through. The rain's pushing over toward Augusta, Georgia as well. Yeah, most of that is on the lighter side once again. As we get things underway, we take a look typically at our travelers' weather around the country. Elsewhere in the eastern USA, that's about it. Not much of anything going on until we get way out toward Eastern Idaho, southeastern Idaho, over toward Jackson, Wyoming. Yeah, some showers, a few pockets of heavier rain in the mix there. You'll find a spotty shower maybe up through central portions of Montana. Some of that is the monsoonal moisture, which is really begin to dissipate, abate. Not a whole lot of moisture this week. As we progress over the next couple of days, most of the moisture is going to be suppressed once again, way down toward New Mexico and Arizona. They could use rain so much worse further to the north. All right, elsewhere, like back to the southeast, the wet weather in the forecast's going to be putting a damper this week on beach vacations across a corridor from the south central and southeastern states. Could lead to some trouble spots as the week progresses as well. It's time to find an umbrella across the south central and southeastern states because we're talking about some big-time wet weather to come. The clash of the air masses setting the stage for persistent drenching downpours. There's a cool front that helped take the edge off the heat, drops your temperatures 5 to 10 degrees from what you saw Sunday versus high temperatures on Monday. That frontal system is going to stall along the southeast coast, probably for the balance of this week. It's going to run into an atmospheric roadblock thanks to a Bermuda high-pressure system that's going to strengthen, and that's going to help funnel moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic into that region. That's going to enhance the rainfall. Now, the stalled front not only bringing lower daytime temperatures and daily rounds of showers and thunderstorms, but we'll be talking about the potential for flooding and dangerous conditions along the beach areas and for small craft boats out on the waters there. For many locations from the northeastern Gulf Coast to the southern Atlantic coast, you had a drenching day. Well, Monday was probably your best day at the beach. And as the days progress, you're going to see more. It's almost going to be like a rain-making machine that's going to rev up today and remain active for the balance of the week. Areas from southeastern Louisiana all the way to southeastern Virginia could see a downpour any day this week. The most persistent rain is going to forecast to fall in the Florida Panhandle, where we were just talking about, on up into the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Generally 4 to 8 inches of rain could fall between now and Friday. Daily amounts 1 to 2 inches, with local areas maybe seeing 2 to 4 inches may fall. When all is said and done, those that find themselves in the heaviest persistent rains, AccuWeather says rainfall of 15 inches could fall in this pattern between now and Friday. And that's most likely going to be along the South Carolina and North Carolina coastal areas. Much of the area in the southeast that's forecast to have repeated rainfall this week could probably take a reasonable amount of rain. Many locations have picked up 80 to 120% of average for July. And the year-to-date rainfall conditions may change quickly. And the pattern this week is probably going to ultimately cause some troubles as the rain from these downpours repeats and begins to really add up. Flash flooding concerns will increase. Areas prone to taking on water during heavy rain, cities like Charleston, take heed. You may need to make some precautions. On an average summer day, a sea breeze often pushes clouds and rain several miles inland. So the barrier islands and the intercoastal waterways are generally free of rain. That will not be the case this week. Many of these downpours might occur right along the coast, as well as dozens of miles inland. Major cities forecast to see this pipeline of rain. Much of this week will stretch from Tallahassee, Florida, Savannah, Georgia, Charleston and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina. I know, not good news. I mean, we're in the throes of summer. A lot of people vacationing along the coastal areas. So, boy, Pensacola, Florida, Dothan, Alabama, Macon, Georgia, Columbia, South Carolina, Fayetteville, North Carolina, all going to be seeing some heavy rains this week as a series of weak storms moves along that stalled out front from southwest to northeast. You'll see episodes of heavy, gusty thunderstorms right along the coast and over the nearby waters offshore. This setup also raises the risk of lightning strikes for those on the beach. Sudden rough seas and winds could become dangerous for small craft. We could even see a few waterspouts spinning up in this weather pattern. Coverage of heavy rain and thunderstorms is going to be the most widespread during the afternoon and evening hours each day. With this pattern, though, there's also the likelihood for some downpours to occur outside of your typical afternoon and evening hours this time of the summer. So slow travel for motorists, ponding of water on the roadways, reduced visibility. As we look ahead toward the second half of this week, showers and storms are forecast to expand further north as a reinforcing southward dip in the jet stream develops over the Midwest from Wednesday to Friday. For those that are not under the fire hose of moisture this week, highs that were well into the 90s to near 100 have been swapped with highs mostly in the 80s this week. So a bit of improvement for those looking for some outdoor time for activities, working in the yard. As an exception, much of the Florida peninsula will stay south of the swath of rain. As your typical August heat and humidity is forecast to persist, highs probably within a few degrees of 90 much of this week. Again, that's central and southern portions of Florida, so probably not too bad for those headed down to see Mickey Mouse. As many areas in the Midwest and Northeast experience a little taste of fall this week. Less humid air filters into the southern plains, the Tennessee Valley, the southern Appalachians, and the Piedmont areas of the Carolinas. The dry air, welcome in some locales in particular, is forecast to end these persistent downpours and flash flooding that we've endured from portions of Texas to northern Louisiana, central and northern Mississippi. The Atlantic remains quiet. How long is that going to last? Forecasters often monitor the risk of tropical development when a front stalls near the Gulf or Atlantic coast like we've got right now. Even though there's a risk of such an occurrence, we're dealing with some strong winds at the mid-levels of the atmosphere, so wind shear, as they call it, should keep that extremely low this week. A tropical wave spinning thousands of miles to the southeast is going to be watched for slow development as it moves westward later this week. But overall conditions over the tropical Atlantic still hostile for development. A lot of dry air and dust in the atmosphere, the disruptive wind shear that comes into play. The month of August typically marks the uptick in the Cabo Verde portion of the Atlantic hurricane season as the dry air begins to wane, water temperatures begin to reach their peak, and wind shear begins to diminish. The Cabo Verde season, named for a group of islands off the northwest coast of Africa. That's the breeding grounds for the bulk of hurricanes that tend to form later in the month of August into early October. But still relatively quiet at this point in time. Then a much quieter start to the month of August for the northeastern USA after you saw severe storms rock the region the final days of July. This extended rather quiet pattern. Good news for those cleaning up after the numerous tornadoes that touched down last week, including the EF3 tornado that injured several people in the Philadelphia suburb there. Cities along the I-95 corridor, Philadelphia, New York City, up to Boston, spent at least a few days last week with high temperatures in the upper 80s and lower 90s. As this more comfortable air settles in, highs in the upper 70s, maybe lower 80s, much more common this week. For early August, average highs would be in the low to middle 80s there in the Northeast, so conditions through the day today should feel downright pleasant. For quite a few locations, not even wet weather is going to threaten to ruin your ideal summer day. While it's going to be mostly dry through the day today, we could see the scattered afternoon shower or thunderstorm pop up in the Northeast. The Great Lakes region, the Appalachians later in the day. Yeah, by midweek, a slight change in the pattern begins to tick temperatures up a few degrees. The pattern will slowly ebb through the week. Northerly winds slowly turning to the south. By week's end, we'll see increasing temperatures, and you'll begin to notice the humidity ticking up as well. Wednesday, likely to be the first day cities like Syracuse, New York, and Pittsburgh are able to achieve high temperatures within a degree or two of normal. Gradual uptick in temperatures continues across the Northeast Thursday into Friday as well. Some areas closer to the coast may miss out on the warm-up. A surge of moisture is set to overspread the coastal Northeast later this week, so we could be talking some rainy weather for the East Coast Thursday into Friday. So there you go. Look at some of our travelers' weather around the country. We got a bit of good news out of Memphis, Tennessee. The anticipation of the westbound lanes on the I-40 bridge, they weren't expecting to open that until Friday. Well, guess what? It's open. Tennessee Department of Transportation made a big announcement. The contractor completed their work in the westbound lanes. All westbound lanes opened up by like 3 o'clock this past afternoon. The lanes opened earlier than expected. Saturday night, 10 p.m., the eastbound lanes reopened. Ramps that had been closed along I-40 westbound reopening as well. The ramp from Metal Museum Drive to I-55 South remains closed, and the right lane from Riverside Drive to I-55 South also remain closed. All other ramps around the I-55 and the Crump interchange should be reopened by now. Reopening this past day, a return to a more normal traffic pattern in and out of Memphis, the Memphis area. How about that? I do see, we were questioning last week. I was asking any drivers out there having issues finding fuel, rationing, and things of that nature. Not many have been seeing anything. That may be changing. Fuel supply complications, including high demand, long wait times at the product terminals, and driver availability through the state of Iowa have resulted in the governor signing an emergency declaration for fuel haulers this past Friday. This order is effective through August the 28th, suspending the hours of service regulations for crews and drivers delivering motor fuels, gasoline, diesel, number 1 and number 2, ethanol, and biodiesel. Fees and permits for oversized and overweight vehicles transporting motor fuels not exceeding 90,000 pounds are also suspended during the duration of this proclamation. In late June, KCRG TV there in Cedar Rapids reported some fuel shortages at several Casey's General Stores there in eastern Iowa due to a lack of fuel truck drivers. Industry Group Fuel Iowa spokesperson says the issue isn't the supply of fuel coming in, it's really the issue of logistics and driver availability to get the product to the retail locations across the state. OOIDA says issues in the supply chain are really more of a driver retention problem rather than a driver shortage, as they have often contended. Increasing pay, improving work conditions would alleviate these problems. But in the state of Iowa, this declaration following similar actions in Montana, Oregon, South Dakota, and Wyoming, which all say they have experienced issues with fuel supplies. So very interesting. All right, good to have you with us as we're underway here on a Tuesday morning. Our number 844-844-3388. Hello, young Colton with us. What day is it? Well, it's Tuesday, yeah. Good to have you with us, Colton. Richard, morning from Central Florida, 75 degrees. Best to Steve and everyone out there. Hello, Tank, checking in. Happy Tuesday, and 73 degrees here in Arizona tonight. Headed west of Fontana, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Gilligan checking in. Morning, everybody. Hope everyone had a safe, happy weekend. Drivers, keep it shiny side up, all right? Just Teach is with us tonight. Beautiful 75 degrees in Greensboro, North Carolina, as we get the week started. Pleased to be with you, Steve. Well, pleased to have you tuned in, Just Teach. Yeah, it's raining like a cow, peeing on a flat rock near Fort Pierce, Florida. Good morning to JK Energy. Chevy Guy, copy the mail. Looper, high and dry in Buffalo, Niagara Falls, New York tonight. For a while, it looked like New York's new state flower was going to be mildew. Thank you, Dr. Fraser Crane. I'm not real familiar with what's going on there. Hello to Marianne in Southwest Ohio. Checking in. Good to have you with us. Gerald, Steve, will not be going down to the southern water anytime soon with all the problems there. Yeah, I've got an update on the red tide thing, by the way, as well. Apparently, there's a lot of sharks that are moving up into some of the canals trying to avoid the red tide there in the south. Again, more on that coming up here. Hello to Christian. Morning all. Nice, cool 62 degrees. Trucking milk to Milwaukee. Got the Southwest Wisconsin milkman checking in here. Hello to Fred. Morning, everybody, from the home in Louisiana again tonight. Rain stopped in west central Louisiana for the time being. 5 minutes from now, it may be another story, but yeah, that's the trend, right? Morning from northern Kentucky. Scott checking in. I've been listening since I was a kid. After those West Coast Reds games. Started listening to the program when the Bozo was on the air. Well, good to have you back with us, Scott, if you just really recently found us. Captain Ron checking in here. It's been a solid rain all the way from Tampa, Florida, up to Valdosta, Georgia. I'm going to take a beauty nap and at the King Frog Metropolis. There you go. All right, David checking in. Morning, David. Got another Nashville, Tennessee run. Any rain for this area this morning? I think you're looking pretty good. Let me scroll back over. Yeah, not a thing showing up in the radar. Tennessee is high and dry, clear. Again, a little bit of lighter rain in North Georgia, but not a thing showing up there in Tennessee. Jump on in here at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, we'll get your calls coming up here. It gets to be first out of the box here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. I know many drivers out there actually, this will be their first night back out on the road after the weekend. And we'll get some of our industry headlines coming up here as well. And I'm not seeing a name, but who we got first out of the box here?
It's Red Mule, Steve.
Morning, Red Mule.
Steve, since I get to be first, how you doing, Steve?
My week's off to an okay start, not half bad. How about you?
Well, I'm doing good. Well, now nobody else will have to ask you that the whole rest of the night since you've already answered that question.
Yeah, right.
And by the way, those Bostrom seats, they are such an improvement over those old things that we had when I first started. I can't remember what the name of those things were, but they bend at the knees. Them things hurt my back so bad. A Bostrom seat, definitely an improvement. And I don't know, Steve, I haven't heard this mentioned. I can't remember, was it Heavy Steps or Fat Rat that told us about the Radar Now app? I don't know, it's been a long time ago, but I use that thing all the time when I want to see what weather's going to be like on down the road, called Radar Now. It's pretty handy outfit. So, Steve, I didn't catch much of your show yesterday morning, so maybe you already touched on a couple of topics. Did you touch on Willie Nelson and Beto getting together on that voter deal?
I did not.
Did you hear about that?
I'm thinking I did not. What's this? Beto and Willie Nelson?
Yes, sir. Willie Nelson played at a concert that Beto was sponsoring, at an event that Beto was sponsoring. Beto's trying to push this voter rights thing in the state of Texas. You need to look that up, Steve, because I guess they need to get old Britney Spears out of her conservatorship, and I'm beginning to think they need to put Willie in one, because I think that wacky backy's finally messed with him, finally caught up with him all these years. It's made him live longer, I understand that. But, man, I could not believe that he's backing the same thing that Beto O'Rourke is. So you might want to look into that one. Mm-hmm. The other one I wanted to bring up, and I don't know if anybody touched on this either. Tucker Carlson had a guy on, what's the name, Vance or something, that's running for, I guess, Portman's job. Does that name sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Well, this guy made some pretty good points. And one thing that really stuck out to me is he's talking about the AOC, which somebody told me the other day stands for All Out Crazy. Mm-hmm. And Pete Buttigieg and Kamala Harris, all these people are pushing all these radical far-left things. None of them have any children. They really don't have any stake in the future of this country because, most of us that have kids and grandkids, we're concerned about the kind of the country that we're going to leave on to our grandkids. And he pointed that out. I never give that any thought. And you might want to follow up on that a little bit, too. I thought that was a darn good point he made. Steve, what I was calling about this morning now, I don't want to come across as trying to appear highbrow or anything here, but I was going to read it to you, but I'm driving. Phrase, 2 lines of poetry. And you tell me if this sounds familiar. When men are paid to exist and no man pays for his sins. Now, does that kind of sound like the world we're living in right now, when men are paid to exist and no man pays for his sins?
Yes, sir.
That that was actually written in 1917 by Rudyard Kipling. And I ran across that the other day, and it got my attention, so I went back and pulled that poem up, and I read that, and I didn't understand it, Steve. It was way too highbrow for me, and so I went on to Wikipedia. That there's been, I don't know, you call them laws or rules or maybe even commandments that have existed for, centuries, thousands of years, maybe even eternities. And ever so often these quacks like AOC and all these come along, they think they got a better idea. They think they're like Ford, they got a better idea and all this stuff. And the country or the world goes through cycles. And then they turn around and come back to the old standbys that have been around forever that have, that we and conservatives espouse and have been proven over the centuries. Now, a person could make the argument, but the world kind of travels in cycles. Like, say, this was Kipling's view in 1917, and the same thing applies today. So that would indicate a cycle. But, Steve, it seems to me these cycles just keep getting deeper and deeper, and I'm wondering if, maybe one of the cycles is going to get broke one of these times, and this world's not going to come back. What do you think?
Yeah, we're reaching a tipping point, a breaking point. That did kind of come up in recent days, the discussion about at what point do patriotic Americans say we've had enough?
Well, I've pondered that myself, and I don't know. I guess we need to hold on through the next election and see if people are smart enough, or maybe it's not a question of people being smart enough, a question of the people that are supposed to be overseeing elections do a good enough job to ensure a fair election, because I really think the American people got snookered on this last deal. But anyhow, hey, Steve, as you well know, it don't take much to confuse a red mule, right? You're not going to comment on that?
I don't know about that. No, what got you fooled this time?
Well, I unloaded up in K-Town this morning, and I come down to Atlanta and go in this warehouse, pick up a load going back toward the home 20. I've been in this warehouse a lot of time, and I knew it was going to be there for a long time. So I get in there, and they gone back to making everybody wear masks and everything, and so communication not too good. And I go in there and get checked in. She gives me a door, and she goes over the instructions several times so I understand it. Basically, I get backed into the door and drop the trailer, and it's going to be a while. And I'm cool with that because I figure I'm going to get my 7-hour break in. And so I get everything done, crawl in the bunk, sleep for a couple hours, phone rings. And I look at it and I think, man, alive, they loaded me in 2 hours. That's as fast as I've ever got out of this place. And so I answer the phone, and guy starts talking, and I'm not understanding what he's saying. Got a bit of an accent there, and so finally it dawns on me it's not the warehouse. It's some guy trying to sell me duct cleaning for my house. Well, man. So I told him, I said, man, I don't live in Atlanta. And he said something else. And so I said, well, I don't own a house in Atlanta. I don't live in Atlanta. What the heck's wrong with you? And I hang up on him, and I go back to bed. And when I wake up, I realize it's phone number from 801 area code, which is Utah. And it's somebody from Utah trying to sell me duct cleaning for my house in Utah. And he probably trying to figure out, he probably thought I was whacked in the head that I was talking about Atlanta and couldn't figure out what I was talking about. But Steve, I bet he don't call me again. What do you think?
Probably not. You're probably clear.
That's all I got this morning, Steve. Look that up about Willie, though. You need to talk about that
Yes, I have the story before me right there. Yes, indeed. We'll get to that following our news break. Bottom of the hour. And, okay, lines wide open as we're underway. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki. The White House is defending its decision not to extend the federal eviction moratorium that expired over the weekend. At a Monday press briefing, economist Gene Sperling told reporters that because of a Supreme Court ruling, reauthorization had to come from Congress. An attempt to extend the moratorium was made in the House but ultimately failed. Sperling also estimated that around 2 million renters now face the threat of imminent eviction. And South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham tweeted Monday that he'd tested positive for COVID-19 despite being fully vaccinated. He said he was experiencing flu-like symptoms over the weekend before going to the House doctor. He said he's currently experiencing mild symptoms that feel like a sinus infection. He added that he was thankful to be vaccinated because he's sure his symptoms would be worse if he wasn't. Graham will now quarantine for the next 10 days. This is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here as we roll into the early hours of a Tuesday, 3rd day of August. Let me see, who else checking in with us here? I already got to Captain Ron. Mr. Q is with us, a.k.a. Mr. Quigley. Morning, Mr. Q. Hello to Mike. Buster Brown checking in. He says, how's that tooth feeling this morning, Steve? I'm in Big Sky, Montana, 53 degrees with some light rain. Yeah, tooth's okay. When I first popped that thing last week, it didn't hurt. Didn't hurt much for the first couple of days. And then I guess it was Friday morning's show. It was okay through the program, but by Friday night, oh boy, the pain had set in. Hell, I thought I was going to have to go to the emergency room. It was that bad, excruciating pain. I had been on, they put me on antibiotic like Thursday when I'd gone to the dentist, and it hadn't had a chance to kick in yet. The abscess was starting to kick. So by Sunday evening, they called me in a prescription for some pain medication there on Friday night. And that helped me to get some sleep over the weekend. And finally, by Sunday, I think the antibiotic really started to kick in, so not hurting nearly as bad. I cannot bite down on anything, or it'll send me through the roof. So that's got to try to remind myself, don't chew on that side right now. My wife was able to get me a earlier appointment. The first oral surgeon we got a hold of last week said it was September 21st. I'm like, are you kidding me? I got a hold of a different practice this past day. They had the earliest opening August 24th. So we're still nearly 3 weeks out from that, but knock on wood, the antibiotic does its thing. And I guess, again, I got some pain meds in the event that it starts hurting. So thanks for asking, though. Let's see. Hello to Gerald checking in this morning. He said, hey, Steve, your governor there in Ohio yesterday said he wants to have masks in schools again. Ain't that great? I kind of figured that'd be the case. It doesn't surprise me. I alluded to that last evening. I said, we're going to see with the CDC recommendations last week and their new guidelines, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, governors like DeWine, who was one of the first out of the box, with shutdowns and restrictions. I sure as hell hope he doesn't go back to trying to shut down bars and 50% capacity for restaurants. Who knows? Let's see. Tapeworm's back with us again. Hello, everybody. Good to have you with us. Let's see. Santa Claus joins us this morning. Good morning from Sacramento, California. Santa Claus on the side. And we've got wide open lines here at 844-844-3388. Jump on in. Buckeye Boy checking in from New York. From York, Alabama, where it's 71 degrees. Very high humidity. Been in and out of rain all the way from Texas. Yeah, mostly light, but there were a couple of times it got pretty heavy. Got unloaded, found a little partial 13 miles away from where I delivered that was headed to Georgia. Worked out good. Should deliver that today. I found out earlier a good friend of mine who's in his late 60s, early 70s, and has had his shot, had to go to the ER, tested positive for the vid. They admitted him. He's having a little trouble breathing, and he's had trouble in the past with his lungs. From what his wife had told me, it's precautionary. We're hoping he'll be okay. He and his wife, both of who I care for a great deal, have owned a trucking company for many, many years and have helped my business survive and grow. Advice, loads, friendship. So I ask everyone, say a little prayer, send some good thoughts their way. Anyway, have a great night. Be careful out there. All right. Hate to hear that. We heard, what's his name? Lindsey Graham. Apparently testing positive over the weekend. He's fully vaccinated. At least the third member of Congress recently to report COVID positive. Said he started having flu-like symptoms on Saturday, saw the doctor yesterday, testing positive. Guess he said he feels like he's having like a sinus infection, mild symptoms. He's going to quarantine for the next 10 days. But that will likely take him out of the Senate for the votes on this infrastructure plan that he actually helped negotiate. As the ranking Republican on the Senate Budget Committee, he would probably have been the one that was going to lead Republican opposition to the budget resolution that the Democrats also expect to debate before the August recess. You know, in this evenly divided Senate, just the absence of one senator can dramatically alter the prospects for legislation. So Lindsey's diagnosis as efforts to control the spread of the virus have become a renewed source of controversy in the Capitol. House Republicans pushing back against a decision by Congress chief physician to mandate masks in the chamber again. Oddly enough, the Senate does not have such a requirement. Lindsey Graham, along with many other senators, have been working without masks. There were 2 House members that recently said they tested positive for COVID. Several staff members have also been infected. Lindsey ultimately said, I'm glad I did get the vaccine because my symptoms would likely be much worse had I not taken the vaccination. All right, so there's the breakdown. Let me get back. I had a couple from the email bag. Got an email this past evening from the Carolina ghostwriter. You'd crossed my mind several times, ghostwriter, because he hasn't called in weeks and weeks, and I'm thinking, wonder what happened to him. Well, here's what happened. Haven't been calling or listening since June the 3rd when I got injured at work. I've been living solar-powered with my wife since then, but I'm looking forward to listening and calling in again once I get back to work. All right, so that explains it. We'll begin to hear back from the Carolina ghostwriter. He went on to send me an invite to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive fan page. Several people had asked me, Pappy, as a matter of fact, asked me about that when he stopped by the secret bunker last week to get his hat autographed, right? And I said, I haven't seen it. Apparently, Scott had sent me an invite. I didn't get it or didn't notice it. But, I got the invite, and I went ahead and clicked on that. So I think it's a private group kind of thing. Let's see. I think Carolina Ghostwriter and Scott, a.k.a. Demon, are moderators there. Yeah, their job's to keep the riffraff out, right? Hello to Shaky, checking in from the Village Bar in Edinburgh, Indiana tonight. It's a lovely but cool 70 degrees. Have a good show, Steve, and I'll try to listen as long as I can before the Miller Lite takes hold. Y'all have fun and speed safely out there. Then Willie Nelson, Shaky pointed out, Willie also gave $5,000 to the Democrats there from Texas who had jumped ship and gone up to Washington, D.C. He donated $5,000. I did touch on that. I did see that. Where they had put this fundraiser together so they could cover the costs. I guess it's like bail costs, because the governor said he's going to have all those Democrats, arrested when they arrive back in Texas. And Willie, $5,000 to the bail fund. Story Red Mule was talking about. Country music legend Willie Nelson led more than 1,000 spectators in singing "Vote Them Out" Saturday from the steps of the Texas Capitol during a rally wrapping up a 4-day march in support of the Democrat legislators who bolted for Washington 2 weeks ago. The ongoing bid to block Republican-backed voting restrictions. They use the word restrictions. They want to use identification to vote. Families with lawn chairs spread out across the Capitol greens in Austin. Clergy, politicians, constituents, musicians all spoke out about the proposals to impose voter identification requirements, limit the number of drop boxes and mail-in voting, and strip local officials of election authority. Now, this special session that the Democrats exited is set to expire next week, but Governor Abbott says he'll schedule a new one as soon as they return to the state. I mean, how long are you going to hide out in D.C.? If you don't like who's in there, vote them out, Willie Nelson sang, inviting the crowd to join him in singing lyrics he'd previously written about taking a stand at the ballot box. Brenda Henson of Austin said, "I felt like I needed to be here. It's a history-making event that's so necessary right now. I'm a descendant of slavery, and I'm not interested in moving back. I want to see this country go forward. I've lived well over 3/4 of a century, and I've never seen us go backwards like this before." See, the question I would ask Brenda, hey, Brenda, in those 3/4 of a century you've lived here, you got a voter identification? Do you have any sort of an identification? Do you have a bank account? You ever had a job? I mean, all those things that would require you to have identification. Yeah, what is it with these people thinking we're going backwards to just simply show an identification to cast a ballot, to vote? Hanson said she's disabled, but otherwise would have participated in the nearly 30-mile walk. Instead, she hoped to make a statement with her presence as she sat chanting in support on a bench under a tree. The march started Wednesday. It ended Saturday, Wednesday of last week. Participants walked up to the doors of the Texas Capitol, led in part by none other than Beto O'Rourke, the former Democrat congressman, presidential candidate who's not ruled out running again for Texas governor next year. Earlier in the week, O'Rourke and marchers shut down the frontage road of I-35 during the morning rush hour, funneled between restaurants and cut a path from Republican-controlled state house districts to Democrat ones. Marchers compared what the Republicans say are measures meant to protect against fraud and restore confidence in our elections to Jim Crow-style restrictions. There's no evidence of widespread fraud in the 2020 election. I ask you to think about every man and every woman who had the courage of their convictions and did what they did or needed to do in their own moment of truth in this country's history. That's Beto O'Rourke speaking. More than a dozen people in favor of the legislation proposed in Texas gathered at the Capitol building's front gate behind the rally, waving signs in support of the changes. Senator Byron Hughes, who authored the Senate's version of the voting bill, said that when he heard about the rally, he decided to visit with people around the Capitol grounds to listen to their views and encourage them to just, why don't you read this piece of legislation? The right to vote is fundamental. It has to be accessible and secure. Both of those are important. This is America. Yeah, this free speech, we love this. Whether folks agree with me or disagree, it's fine. I'm glad they're here. So many people have heard generalizations about this, and our goal is to let the constituents get the details of the language in this bill. All right, there you go. Willie and Beto. There you go, Texas. So Willie, listen, he's on the bandwagon that having a voter identification is akin to Jim Crow laws. About 7 before the hour. Back to your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, finally got her done. I just, during that quick break, I just got the opportunity to share the link. Now, I mentioned over the weekend, Steve Sommers ran into the dancing trucker at Roosters in Springdale. And I posted a picture Saturday night, Sunday, whenever it was, just a still photograph of me and the dancing trucker standing there in the restaurant. But when we met, I said, hey, we got to go out there and we got to do a little dance out by your car. And, well, it's now, I linked it up to my Facebook. There you go. Lauren edited it and put a little music to it this past day. We were standing out in the parking lot where it was silent. So we just had to kind of improvise, do a little dance. But yeah, Steve Sommers and the dancing trucker made an ass out of themselves in the parking lot at Roosters. But check out the video. I told you that his car is really cool. So when I first saw it, I said it really reminded me. It's got the Hot Shot Secret kind of look to it. And right there on the side, dancing for smiles. It's got the suicide hotline phone number there. The dancing trucker, that's what he's all about. And he did say he's going to call us one of these nights. I don't know when, but he will give us a ring. So check out the video, all right? I don't know if Lone Ranger's up or not. You got to check that out. I believe Jay is on the line this morning. What's happening, Jay?
Good evening, Steve. Yeah, this is Jay from Washington. Thanks for taking my call this evening.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a lot to unpack usually on your show. You cover a lot of subjects, and I do appreciate you being on here. I mentioned last time I called that, it surprised me that they canceled you off at WLW because when I think I said that you're kind of more of an establishment type Republican, and I want to clarify that. I don't mean that you're like a Mitt Romney, but I didn't mean that. What I mean is, well, let me state my position and how I am. I have always considered myself, and others have, as far as my political view goes and where I stand politically, I'm just slightly to the right of Attila the Hun. And what I mean by that is, if nothing else, that this last election, if it didn't prove anything else, this last election, it should have proved that we can not vote our way out of the mess that this country is in and where we are. We can't do it. They're not going to allow it, and mostly because the American people are just too stupid. The only way, Steve, out of the mess that we're in right now is armed revolution. Now, I know how that must sound, but what other way is there out of the mess that we're in other than, and now hear me out, other than violence? Because the government, when the government says that violence is never the answer, think about what that means, and think about what the government does. That's all the government knows how to perpetrate is violence, whether it's economic violence, mental violence, any kind of violence that you can imagine. That's all the government knows how to do, is to perpetrate violence upon the American people to get their way. You're going to see it with vaccine coercion. So just like it was prior to 1776, and I might say prior to 1863, there's no other way out, Steve. And the American people better get that through their thick skulls. That's really all I have to say. Other than, I want to add one thing to the voter ID thing about the Jim Crow. I experienced some Jim Crowness last week when I went and renewed my tabs for my motorcycle. And when I went up to the window, I ordered them online, so they got this drive-through thing. And they've had that before the big fantasy COVID thing. So I go up. He didn't ask me for a receipt. The very first thing he asked me for was, guess what it was? That's right. He asked me for my ID. Now, my wife was in the car. Or he asked me for my ID. And because my wife was in the car, I didn't say, well, that's racist. You can't ask me for my ID. Mm-hmm. Give me my tabs, you freaking racist. I didn't do that. I had the wife in the car, so I just, I chuckled a little bit and gave him my ID, okay? But having said all that, I'm probably going to lose you here. I'm going through the mountains, and so I'm just going to let you go. Before I go, though, again, I want to say, Steve, I'm really glad to hear you back on the air. And can I say screw WLW? Can I say that?
Well, you did already, so there you go. You just did. Thank you so much. Jay, I fully understand where you're coming from, because I think many in this audience, and that we've already spoke to some who feel the same way, that the way things are being rigged. I touched last evening on, for all of us feeling like, come the 2022 election, it's going to be fixed. They're going to get all these issues resolved, and voter identification and things of that nature are going to be in place, and we're not going to have this mass, millions and millions of mail-in ballots going out all over the country. And it appears that's not. I shared the story. I touched on it, I think, in the final hour last evening. Biden's Department of Justice has set the stage to permanently destroy election integrity, looking to ensure Republicans never win again. If you missed it last evening, I'll share that with you again coming up. But realistically, really what what you just said, Jay. I mean, when you've got the likes of the authorities out there listening, and I wouldn't doubt that they're trying to look and say, who is this? Who is this guy? This guy is a potential domestic terrorist. He's talking about armed insurrection in this country. This guy's got to be taken down. Don't be surprised if you got somebody knocking on your door tomorrow, Jay. I'm just saying, it's frightening in this country. But, all right, a little behind. We'll get our news break. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The White House is defending its decision not to extend the federal eviction moratorium that expired over the weekend. At a Monday press briefing, economist Gene Sperling told reporters that because of a Supreme Court ruling, reauthorization had to come from Congress. An attempt to extend the moratorium was made in the House but ultimately failed. Sperling also estimated that around 2 million renters now face the threat of imminent eviction. And South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham tweeted Monday that he'd tested positive for COVID-19 despite being fully vaccinated. He said he was experiencing flu-like symptoms over the weekend before going to the House doctor. He said he's currently experiencing mild symptoms that feel like a sinus infection. He added that he was thankful to be vaccinated because he's sure his symptoms would be worse if he wasn't. Graham will now quarantine for the next 10 days. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA. Or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Texas lawmakers have called on the Biden administration to put a priority on the health and safety of the border agents on the southern border. Representative Henry Cuellar said last week that more than 80 agents in the Rio Grande Valley sector have tested positive for the virus. U.S. Customs and Border Protection says that those migrants who exhibit symptoms are referred to local health systems for testing and treatment. But Border Patrol Union President Brandon Judd says that's not stopping the virus on the border. He tells Fox News that those infections are taking more agents out of the field and weakening border security.
That's the first thing that we face. Everybody that we take into custody, we have to assume might have COVID. And we have agents that are coming down. We've had agents that have already died due to COVID exposure. And yes, we have over 80 of our agents. Now, that's another 80 people that we have to take out of the field that can't be patrolling the border simply because we're being overwhelmed and the cartels are being allowed to make billions of dollars in transporting these illegal aliens that have COVID and other diseases that are coming into the United States.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A sprinter is creating drama at the Olympics in Tokyo.
A Belarusian sprinter has accused her country's Olympic team of trying to force her to leave Tokyo after she criticized Belarus's coaching staff on social media. Kristina Timonouskaya says she was taken from the Olympic Village to the Tokyo airport against her will before refusing to board a flight back to Minsk. Activist groups say the sprinter was targeted by supporters of Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko. Timonouskaya was taken from the airport by Tokyo police to a safe place and will reportedly ask for asylum from the Austrian embassy. From the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau, I'm Dan Naraki.
Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra is trying to get more people to sign up for Obamacare, as over 2 million people have signed up during President Biden's open enrollment period for affordable health care services. which is extended through August 15th.
Some returning and signing up for a different plan, but about 1 million of them have actually gotten a plan where they pay no more than $10 a month in their premiums. Some pay nothing in their premiums, which is phenomenal. And that's, again, because the members of Congress made it possible through the American Rescue Plan.
Secretary Becerra in Georgia on Monday saying he hopes the state will make its own comprehensive Medicaid expansion program to get more people to sign up for the lower-cost health insurance. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dean. Dean says, you need dancing lessons, Steve. When you check out the video, I am 6 feet tall. Yeah, standing side by side with the dancing trucker. I mean, he's got to be 6'6", 6'7". I mean, big guy. So, yes, I need dancing lessons. And yes, Pappy, you're right. The skull buster was kicking in. But we were having a good time. Welcome back and get hour number 2 underway here on a Tuesday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker under the industry headlines. Quite the mess in Utah this past day. Transportation officials said drivers had to seek alternate routes through the evening rush hour after a morning accident. A truck crash that left the cab of the truck dangling from an overpass. About 11:30 this past morning, the ramp from I-215 to I-80 in Salt Lake City, Utah. Images captured at the scene, you can see the cab hanging over the side of the ramp while the trailer is still on the ramp. Firefighters amazingly say there were no injuries. The driver was able to self-extricate. But, of course, drivers in the area had to avoid the area, including I-80 East to I-215 South. Severe backups throughout the afternoon. They didn't, accident was like 11:30 in the morning. They didn't get it reopened until like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Amazing. Let's see. A growing number of law enforcement agencies around the country are using social media as a tool to call out truckers for their bad behavior. Giving us a peek into some of the most frightening violations that they see out there on the road. Case in point, a driver who pulled into the Gilroy Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Facility in San Martin, California, Saturday of this past weekend, was caught taking distracted driving to a whole new level. Do not watch movies while you drive, was the warning from the Highway Patrol in their social media post. So, as we inspected a commercial vehicle today, we observed the driver had apparently forgot to turn off his movie. So, per 27602 of the California Vehicle Code, it states, in part, that a person shall not drive a motor vehicle if a television receiver, video monitor, television or video screen, or similar means of visually displaying a television broadcast or video signal. that produces entertainment or business applications is operating and located in the vehicle at a point forward of the back of the driver's seat, or is operating and the monitor screen or display is visible to the driver while driving the motor vehicle. In other words, don't watch movies while you drive. It was this past day, Monday, Georgia Department of Public Safety took to their Facebook page to call out a truck driver for an array of violations. Department of Public Safety, violation of the week. MCO Easterling, Region 7, observed this commercial vehicle make a U-turn in the median of I-16. After stopping the truck, he conducted an inspection and observed the driver was transporting 1,200 pounds of Class II non-flammable gas. The vehicle had no placards and 2 flat tires. The driver had no hazmat endorsement, an expired medical card, no logbook, and multiple hazmat shipping paper violations. A total of 14 violations. 5 of those were out-of-service violations. The driver and vehicle were both placed out of service. Going back to Friday, here's the next. Troopers with the California Highway Patrol Oroville Division had an alarming encounter with an allegedly impaired truck driver during the morning rush. At approximately 8:06 a.m. this morning, our Chico Communication Center received multiple calls regarding a semi driving recklessly, unable to stay in his own lane. Highway Patrol was able to intercept the semi-truck on Highway 70. After stopping the vehicle, our officer recognized obvious signs of intoxication. After evaluating the driver for DUI, he was placed under arrest. The driver was well above the legal limit. We all know the potential deadly consequences of driving a regular truck or sedan while under the influence. Imagine how deadly a crash involving a semi could be. To those of you that called into our dispatch center this morning, we thank you. You may have just saved some precious lives today. If you see a suspected DUI driver, please call 911. Yeah, it was last month, California Highway Patrol's Rancho Cucamonga division called out a truck driver for being too distracted to notice that the bed of his truck was raised prior to striking a bridge. They wrote, shaking our heads. PSA, don't drive distracted. Okay, I've seen people get so distracted before they begin their trip that they leave their cell phone or their coffee on the roof of their vehicle. This takes it to a whole new level. This driver definitely should have checked his vehicle before hitting the road to make sure everything was in order. Yeah, it was the bed of a dump bed of a truck. Rolling down the highway with the bed up, struck a bridge. You got some winners out there. All right, with that, let's get back to our calls. Who's next up? I believe Buster would be on the line. Morning, Buster.
Good morning, Steve. You remember, was it your show the last 2 days or so? You guys, he had a story about Indiana Highway Patrol got in the 18-wheelers with professional truck drivers and had another highway patrol further up the road, and they were pulling over four-wheelers, incorrect driving, cutting off the 18-wheelers and stuff like that. Was that your show? Yes, we talked about that. There's a number of states that have been doing that in recent years. But, yeah, just a couple weeks ago, Indiana gave advance notice that they'd be out there in their 18-wheelers so they could have line-of-sight view into other trucks and see drivers that are, talking on the phone, doing whatever they're doing, distracted driving, and they'd call it ahead to a marked vehicle to pull them over. And in Tennessee, we had two 18-wheelers, unmarked 18-wheelers, and it was going across the state. And in the last year, I understand from the Highway Patrol, when they come by the Buster Brown Institute,
he was saying that Tennessee was going to get a third truck. So that way each division, East, Middle, and West, would have their own 18-wheeler undercover to catch the distracted four-wheelers and maybe some 18. But because I see it all the time when I'm driving my package car. Mm-hmm. And, I blow my horn because, it's worse than watching somebody shave and study their finals on the way. That was how it was in the 80s and 90s when we had beepers. Everybody was still doing the other stuff that we all grew up with, toothbrushes and shaving. So, hey, Steve, about a week ago, you had a truck driver call in about he had some friends or family, and I've been running this by a few of my health people that I know in Knoxville. And evidently the iron, when you have excess amount of iron in your body, either from one of it is eating raisins and I guess meats. But, that's one reason I think that Johnson & Johnson had those problems with women when they had their shots. I think all that stuff has some component that if you've got X amount of iron in your body, it collides with the proteins in those shots and causes blood clotting.
That I'm not sure, but we spoke to, I think it was Knucklebuster last week, who pointed out the fact that apparently one of the side effects of having had COVID was an elevated level of iron in your blood. So they suspect that he had it at some point, because I guess they're doing more tests right now, but yeah, he had an elevated level of iron in his blood.
I've increased my acid over the last year or two, like we spoke about, and your mother's concerned about. And, all we can do is keep educated that this is a virus, one of 5, I guess, and it's just a virus. So if you can maintain your wellness and your no diabetes and overweight stuff, and you just increase your acid and your vitamin D and treat everybody like they got the flu and just keep your distance like I have for 36 years at the Buster Brown. I've not had a flu shot, Steve, and 1970 in high school when I got the flu, so I quit having it, and I just was determined. And now everybody else, and Steve, everybody else is doing the same thing now at grocery stores, anywhere else, gas stations. Everybody's keeping their distance. I mean, we've got that now entrenched in everybody, and there's no flu last year because most people wore masks. But I tell you, I'd rather go wellness naturally than take those shots until they get removed the emergency status, because doctors cannot find out what's the data of studies of what's going on, because it's all still confidential.
Yep. Well, Buster, hey, it's good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in. Have a great morning. Be safe out there. And it is 844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, let me throw this one out your way before I forget, because this is going to be important for drivers out in Colorado. Yeah, not the best news. Colorado DOT says that I-70 is closed in both directions through Glenwood Canyon due to extreme damage caused by rain and flooding. Sunday, the announcement that I-70 will remain closed after crews described damage to the viaduct structure, unlike anything they had seen before, from flash flooding that occurred Saturday night. Crews will continue to assess the damage and clear mud flow and debris as it's safe to do so. There is no estimated time for I-70 to reopen. During the I-70 closure, DOT is recommending that trucks take I-80 through Wyoming. More than 100 people were trapped inside their vehicles on I-70 through Glenwood Canyon Thursday night into Friday morning because of flash flooding and mudslides. All right, for the latest information from the Colorado DOT, it's a very simple website, capital COTrip.org. COTrip.org for the latest. And when they do get that reopened, we'll pass it on to you. But I don't know, what's the alternate aside from taking I-80? I think it's a long way around Robin Hood's barn, as they say. Well, good morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Happy Monday. Oh, it's Tuesday. Sorry. Tuesday. Hey, Steve, I just want to comment on that guy that just called in a little while ago. I think his name was Jay.
Mm-hmm.
This is my opinion on the subject. First of all, the last thing we need to be talking about or mentioning, I believe, on your platform is anything to do with violence. Especially in this day and age.
Yes.
We all know what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So to come out and say stuff like that, especially on the radio, man, dangerous.
Yeah, that's why I told him. I said, don't be surprised if you get a knock at your door. I don't know what their capabilities of tracing who a caller was, but yeah, those are the kind of people they're talking about they're very concerned about. Somebody that might snap and do something crazy.
Yeah, exactly, Steve. I mean, whether you're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, on the radio, I mean, we know what's going on today. They can track anything on your phone. They can tell what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. So I'd be careful if I was that guy. But, Steve, that's a war we can't win, first of all. This is in 1776. It's not 1863. This is 2021. We all have arms in our house, but I don't have an M1 tank and I don't have an F-15 in my backyard. You know what I'm saying?
It's kind of, it's not really comical, but I mean, Biden actually, didn't he allude to that? He said, we've got nuclear weapons and fighter jets.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't, even though, Steve, that's a war we can't win. Like I said, if they come knocking on your door, that's a different story. But for an armed revolution in this country, it's that's a war no one's going to win.
When he said there's no way to win at the ballot box, and I say, well, maybe that's where he was wrong. The only way to win is at the ballot box, but you have to fix the damn election. The integrity has to be restored, and that's how things get fixed.
See, Steve, there's people like that are looking at the big picture. So, they're going to cheat again. They're going to cheat again. Steve, I just sent you an article. Okay, I've been doing a lot of reading on this. There's been over 20 states that have changed their the voting laws back to the way they used to be. They've passed over 400 bills with 18 states have passed 30 bills tightening the voter access for ID and so forth, and they passed over 400 bills with similar provisions to tighten up the laws. And they've been added, introduced in almost all 50 states. So all these legislatures are working on this stuff, and they've already passed a lot of this. Texas is trying to pass it, and that's going to pass. I don't care what Beto O'Rourke does and how many has-been country singers he gets to tag along with them. It's not going to work. And the other thing, Steve, you remember in 2009 the Tea Party movement?
Absolutely.
This was when Obama took office. He was trying to push through this Obamacare, these radical ideas on these leftist radical ideas that he was trying to push through, and that's what the Tea Party developed. When the Tea Party developed, and they took over the House. They put Ted Cruz in office. They put in some great senators that were in that movement. And I'm telling you, Steve, in 2022, there's going to be a movement bigger than the Tea Party. It's already happening. And it starts at the grassroots level. It starts at the local level, local boards, local school boards. There's an organization out there, Steve. It's called the BEST organization. It's Better Education Towards Students, I believe it stands for. They are training parents to run for school board positions. So they started this back in January, and this is all to combat what? CRT.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're trying to fight. So they're already training these parents because they need parents engaged in what's going on in the schools, what they're teaching our kids, what they're teaching our grandkids. Are they teaching them the right history? So they want these parents engaged. They want them on school boards, and they want them to put in curriculum that is patriotic and has to do with America. America as we know it, as we were taught, as we were born and raised in. That America, not a Marxist America. So this organization is training these parents to run for these school boards, and that's how. Then it's the same thing with the city council, state legislatures. Steve, there are so many good people in local communities, state house elections that are going to be running for office, and there's a lot of liberals, moderate liberals who are, say, a little left of center, that are going to change course. They see what's happening, they don't like it, and their voice is going to be heard. So when that caller says that we can't win in the ballot box, he's wrong about that, Steve. We can win in the ballot box, and we will win in the ballot box. If people show up like they need to show up, it's going to happen, because these states are tightening the laws up back to what they used to be. If you want a mail-in ballot, you're going to have to prove who you are. That's just the bottom line. You're going to have to show an ID. But
and they need to get they need to get signatures as well. I mean, weren't there a bunch of states that weren't even matching up signatures on mail-in ballots for the 2020 election? Because of the COVID and all. And even if there wasn't a damn signature on there, I think they were counting them.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, there's all this pre-pandemic voting stuff that went on. I mean, we all know these slip and fall lawyers went into these states and changed the laws unconstitutionally. Well, all these legislatures are doing is putting now the post-pandemic laws back in place, what they used to be. So the voting is going to be tightened. And that's the bottom line. I mean, this is what we have to do. along with the grassroots movements that are happening in the country. That's just my opinion on this. I've been doing a lot of reading on it. I've read a few different books on it from pretty good sources. And it's happened before, and it happens again. Parties flip. You know, the House flips, the Senate flips, the White House flips.
Mm-hmm.
That's just history. And what these Democrats are trying to do, they're not trying to find a way to make it easier to vote. They're trying to find a way to make it easier to cheat. Because that's the only way they can win, Steve, is to cheat. Because here's the thing. There's more of us than there are of them. There's no doubt about it. There's more American patriots who believe in America, in this country, than these Marxist, leftist, radical people that are trying to take this over. There's more of us than there's more of them. So we need to keep that in mind before calling on, let's take up arms.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just ridiculous. But I think word to the wise for that gentleman. He needs to be careful of what he's talking about on the radio.
When you say things like that, who's going to fight who? I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I've got to get to my news break there. Steve, thank you so much for the call this morning. And we get our news break. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration will keep a policy in place to turn away illegal migrants at the border due to the COVID pandemic. The extension of the Trump-era policy, known as Title 42, was announced by the Centers for Disease Control Monday, saying in a statement that the introduction of non-citizens, regardless of their country of origin, migrating through Canada and Mexico into the U.S. creates a serious danger of the introduction of COVID-19 into the United States. And Russia says that the U.S. has asked 24 Russian diplomats to leave the country by September. The Russian ambassador to the U.S., Anatoly Anatov, told National Interest magazine that the diplomats were asked to leave when their visas expire in early September, accusing the Biden administration of retaliating after Russia temporarily expelled American diplomats from Moscow in April. The State Department has denied that, with spokesperson Ned Price saying that it was normal to require Russians to reapply to extend their visas. This is USA Radio News.
Hi. This is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our energy factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot's secret, Diesel Extreme, is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot's secret, Diesel Extreme, improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
You know, like Steve said a few minutes ago, maybe the only way they can win is if they cheat. I think there's more truth than fiction to that statement. Take you back to Maricopa County there in Arizona, where county officials refused this past day to turn over the routers sought by Republicans. The latest subpoenas related to the 2020 election audit. Unprecedented review of Trump's loss. The subpoenas were issued on July the 26th. They were given until this past day to present the routers, the traffic logs, the envelopes from all the mail-in ballots or images of them, certain voter registration records with change histories, and records related to security breaches. Produced the material by Monday afternoon at the state capitol. Contractors hired to review the Phoenix area election said they needed the requested material to complete their final audit report, specifically providing these routers puts sensitive, confidential data belonging to Maricopa County citizens, including Social Security numbers and protected health information, at risk, says the county attorney's office. Further, the Maricopa County Sheriff has explained that the production of the routers would render Maricopa County Sheriff's Office internal law enforcement communications infrastructure extremely vulnerable to hackers. Now, here's the question. Why is the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office communications infrastructure tied into anything to do with routers in relation to the election to begin with? You know, why would those things be tied together? And if presenting those routers makes them extremely accessible to hackers, Well, wouldn't those routers be extremely accessible to hackers at election time? It's the same routers. Now, these county officials are saying that this review is being run by incompetent grifters. The subpoena was reissued early this year after a judge ruled it was valid, where Maricopa County turned over the 2.1 million balance, hundreds of counting machines, and terabytes worth of data. All right, the audit is being led by cyber ninjas. And they're trying to say, well, cyber ninjas is a bunch of Trump supporters promoting conspiracy theories about the election. Okay. The reality is people just want to get to the bottom of what really happened. If there's nothing to hide, why don't you present the information? Isn't that the old message? Nothing to hide. They're fighting tooth and nail to prevent the truth from being released, uncovered. And he also mentioned, more than a third of the states in this country are tightening voting laws, looking to increase voting integrity. New laws implemented around the country. The Brennan Center for Justice at New York University said legislatures in 18 states have passed 30 different bills to tighten voter access. More than 400 bills with similar provisions having been introduced in 49 states this year. At least 25 states have enacted laws with provisions to expand voting access, according to the Brennan Center. Every new voting law has been passed in states where Republicans own control of the legislature. All but 2 of the states also are run by Republican governors, which to me says Republicans are trying to make sure cheating isn't going on. The exceptions are Kentucky and Louisiana. Many of the reforms concern improving the process for mail-in ballots and early voting. 8 states have expanded early voting. Another 8 states have made registering to vote easier. In Arizona, the state Senate and House approved 3 different bills aimed at removing inactive voters from the permanent absentee ballot list and requiring valid signatures for mail-in ballots. I just mentioned that a few minutes ago. You're taking ballots, and there's a reason they get your signature, to make sure it matches up what's on that little screen. Otherwise, someone could snatch your mail-in ballot out of your mailbox, sign it. The signature's not going to match, but anybody can sign it. The Democrats have misused, exploited, and politicized COVID to implement changes in elections that could never get passed otherwise. They needed a vessel, and they used COVID as a vessel to weaken our election system. Of course, the back and forth is Democrats say, you're trying to make it more difficult to vote. We'll see how things go, but legislation introduced in 49 states to tighten things up. All right, let me get back to the calls here, and there's Demon. Morning, Scotty. What's happening?
Sorry, got a heat wave instead of Scotty.
Looks like Scotty must have dropped off. He was there a few minutes ago. All right, well, what's going on, heat wave?
Oh, good morning. Good morning, senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. Well, that I-70 closure pretty much told you which way to go. Get off at the 109 there if you're heading westbound. Go up towards Kremlin, Steamboat Springs, Craig, and then back down to West Rifle, and do the exact opposite if you're going eastbound. And all I got to tell you, man, is it's probably really nice during the daytime, but at night, it's at something else. So I think they were suggesting that you go ahead and take 80 up and over through Wyoming to get to Denver. So that's it for that one there. I just wish they had better phone reception up there. But other than that, I mean, it was a nice ride. It didn't hit nothing. I've seen something hit, but it wasn't by me. So,
any
let's
idea
see here.
how much additional time is that going to add to your trek across the state to have to take that route?
3 hours or 150 miles.
Oh boy, that's pretty big.
Roughly what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know what they're going to do. Because for us, we get paid the miles direct from, say, if we're getting Bloomington going to Denver, we get paid those miles, which is roughly 1,000. I think it's right at 1,000. But then we also get paid for the detour. So I don't know if they've got plans to send people through Albuquerque on 40 and 25 to get to Denver. I mean, even then, that would add about another 100 miles to the total run. Instead of it being 1150, it'd be 1250. But I think you would be there quicker because you're using mostly interstate and you're not going through small communities and stopping at every red light the sheriff has set up. So I don't know. I guess we'll figure this out if we get a run to Denver and they route us on 70. So I was talking to Big Ed Friday, and he was trying to explain to me what he was, he's always playing devil's advocate. And he said, he enjoys doing that because he wants people to start thinking. And I guess the question was, when is enough? And what line is crossed when everyone says, we need to do something? Where is that line? Apparently, he was talking about Timothy McVeigh. Now, that's what he was talking to me about. So, I mean, I may be way off on this, but anyways, he was saying, Timothy McVeigh did what he done because he was protesting what they did to the Branch Davidians there in Waco. I mean, is that a line that was crossed that he took a stand on that now he should be exonerated?
What he did wasn't. I mean, it didn't turn out to do anything good to vindicate the Branch Davidians, did it? No.
No. But I mean, he's talking about situations like that. Well, that was someone's religious liberty. Timothy McVeigh was saying, "All right, you crossed the line here." Just stuff like that. I mean, so he has his points. Where is the line, and when is it going to get crossed? I mean, that takes a lot of cerebral thinking right there, which is far above my pay grade. I'm just a drone. So, I got good news and bad news from my doctor. He said my cholesterol levels were absolutely fantastic. And he says, unfortunately, my A1C went up a full point. And, boy, I tell you what, that put me in emergency mode. I went ahead and got me a bicycle. I've got a treadmill at the house, but we're using it to hold our clothes. That's the best closet anybody could have is a treadmill that costs $900. Mm-hmm. Probably put 3-4 miles on in 2 years' time, but I mean, it sure does the job putting clothes on. So I guess I'm going to have to really hunker down and watch what I eat out here. I thought I was doing pretty good. Apparently, I'm just too sweet even where the cannibals wouldn't want me to have as a meal. So, voter ID laws. All right. Now, these states are not suggesting you get a separate ID that says voter on it, are they? Are they just talking that your regular driver's license?
I know that the
ID is good enough.
State of Georgia.
Saying,
I mean,
right?
Georgia is saying that they're making it simple enough. First of all, if you don't quote have an ID, they'll get you a free ID that they will accept. Like I guess like a work identification, a college ID, a student ID. I mean, just something to prove who you are, you know?
Right. I wanted to make that clear because, you know, I had lingering doubts and I shouldn't have, but I did. I had that 1% lingering.
Mm-hmm.
So that means what they're doing, all these Democrats, they are in support of fraud to begin with. Because how do people get their licenses? How do they get their regular IDs from the state to apply for these different services, such as banking, hospitals? I mean, you have to have an ID to get to the hospital. I mean, every time I go to the VA, and that's another story. But anyways, every time I go to the VA, I've got to prove to them that I am who I say I am. You know, when I'm there in person. Over the phone, that's kind of hard to do with the picture, but you know, there are certain things that only pertain to you that they're looking at that screen on, and they say, okay, can you answer these questions? You answer those questions correctly, they know it's you. But I mean, if the states are not requiring a card that says voter, then they're supporting the idea of fraud, because how are these people getting their unemployment, their welfare, and other goodies from the government if they don't have an ID? I don't know if that's been brought up, but it just hit me like a ton of bricks right there. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm thinking too deep into it, but you know, that it just seems like a simple solution. If you have an ID, fantastic. College. Well, how the hell are you supposed to get into college if you don't have an ID to begin with, right?
And then you get an ID for college. I mean, even hell, high school, they have IDs at high school now.
Well, I don't know about you back then, but I know I didn't when I was in school. But I mean, some did. And I think it was some of the bigger schools that had it. I mean, just even park your car, if you had one, on school property, you had to show them that you were a licensed driver, and you had to get a sticker for your car. I mean, they do that in college. What is it about proving that you are an absolute human and you are that person you say you are to vote that has the Democrats all in shackles?
And they use the words Jim Crow to make it a race issue, because that's so divisive. They use the Jim Crow word to make it appear that Republicans, Republican governors, Republican legislatures are doing something negative to the black community. That's the reason, the only reason, and really, as so many have said so many times before, it should be, it's an insult to the black community to say such a thing, to make it sound as though they're too incompetent to get an identification. And again, if you don't have an identification, there's so many things you cannot do in this country. You don't have a job. You don't have, you can't drive a car. You can't purchase cigarettes. You can't purchase alcohol. It's an absolute insult to even insinuate that. But right there, quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual-air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, rolling toward top of the hour news update just ahead. All right, welcome back, Heatwave. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you, senor. Appreciate it. So, anyways, yeah, you know, Democrats always throw the Jim Crow laws, like you were saying. Well, all I can say is this. Who in the hell started the damn Jim Crow laws to begin with? Democrats. A black man's vote is only worth 3/5 of a white man. So it was basically a 2-to-1 at the voting booth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, which is absolutely ridiculous. But whose idea was that? Democrats, the KKK, and all the brotherhood there within. Who is that? That wasn't Republican-led. That was a Democrat-led organization.
Mm-hmm. You see, problem is most people don't know that. All they know is Jim Crow was a negative thing toward the black community. So having no idea what it was or who started it or who supported it or who kept it going, they don't know, they don't care. It's just those 2 words, Jim Crow was a negative thing. Yes, and it was. But that's why the Democrats that's why they throw it out there, because it just divides the country more.
Exactly. And that's what they want to do. That's what the Democrats want to do. I mean, if a group of people can't understand just how badly they're being, treated, as far as thinking, they're not smart enough to get an ID to go vote. If these people cannot see that insult, and I may be raising some shackles here, but probably they are too stupid to realize that. That's just me. That's not anything Trump related. That's not anything Republican related. The Democrats said it, and if you believe it, I think that you're just as ignorant as what they say you are. And it don't matter what color. I mean, if you believe that statement, then I'm sorry. So, how are the Olympics going, by the way? I haven't seen any of it. I just know that purple-headed idiot, she don't look real happy.
They lost again this past day. The U.S. women's soccer team lost again Monday, so they're knocked out of a potential gold medal contention. Oh, so sad.
It breaks my heart, as you can tell. I'm crying tears of joy because finally they're getting their comeuppance because they thought they were so damn good all this time, especially with their social justice ideas, wants. Well, good. I'm glad. I hope they settle for less than bronze, and they don't represent us, because their ideology does not represent us. And with that, senor, I'll let you go. I'll call you during the loneliest hour in the radio. If you don't have anybody getting you.
Thank you much. Good to hear from you. There we go. We get a news update as we hit top of the hour, right? And much more to come at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Biden administration will keep a policy in place to turn away illegal migrants at the border due to the COVID pandemic. The extension of the Trump-era policy, known as Title 42, was announced by the Centers for Disease Control Monday, saying in a statement that the introduction of non-citizens, regardless of their country of origin, migrating through Canada and Mexico into the U.S. creates a serious danger of the introduction of COVID-19 into the United States. And Russia says that the U.S. has asked 24 Russian diplomats to leave the country by September. The Russian ambassador to the U.S., Anatoly Anatov, told National Interest magazine that the diplomats were asked to leave when their visas expire in early September, accusing the Biden administration of retaliating after Russia temporarily expelled American diplomats from Moscow in April. The State Department has denied that, with spokesperson Ned Price saying that it was normal to require Russians to reapply to extend their visas. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
With the rise of COVID infections due to the Delta variant, many businesses are rethinking their plans to return their workforces to the office. Last week, Google and Facebook became the first large Silicon Valley firms to require their employees to get vaccinated before coming back to the office. The Walt Disney Corporation has also said that all employees in the U.S. who are working on-site will have to get their shots. Dr. Celine Gounder says that vaccination remains the easiest way to control the pandemic in the workplace. The NYU epidemiologist tells CNBC that with enough vaccination, we could turn COVID into a much milder illness, like the flu.
This really comes down to whether your workforce is vaccinated. Vaccination is the way out of this pandemic. Some people have compared COVID to the flu. That is not a correct comparison, but we could turn COVID into something much more mild like the flu through vaccination. So if you're able to get your workforce vaccinated, I think it's a completely different calculation than if you're not.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The White House is looking for alternative ways to keep a moratorium on evictions in place after saying that it did not have the authority to reinstate the one that expired over the weekend. Tim Berg has more.
The White House is asking state and local leaders to use COVID relief funds to create their own eviction moratoriums. The White House passing the buck, saying too many states and cities have been slow to act. This comes after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi called on President Biden to extend the ban, which expired yesterday. But the White House has insisted only Congress has the power to do that. Alan Hammer owns 2 rentals, and he tells Fox News this moratorium has been a struggle for landlords as well.
I think that clearly the lower income, the landlords whose tenancies are lower income people are hit pretty hard. Our buildings are in better communities, nicer communities. Our tenants worked through the pandemic, and therefore they paid their rent. I think the small landlords, the mom and pops, and the landlords that are servicing the lowest income tenancy are the ones hit the hardest by this, and it's been a struggle for many of them.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the U.S. Forest Service has closed several beaches and areas along Lake Tahoe after the plague was found in some chipmunks along the south shore of the lake. While cases of the plague are rare in humans, California recorded a case last summer, its first in 5 years. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Gilligan sent me a link to the story. That's pretty wild. What do they call it? They call it barn finds, I believe. Recent article, barn finds. A mega stockpile of rare cars discovered on a Pennsylvania farm. Quite the eclectic mix of cars, ranging from a 1936 Studebaker oil pan gasket to a hubcap for a 1979 Chevy Nova. I don't know if it was in an old scrapyard or something. Over 800 vehicles, 300 acres, and 3 decades. Sounds like the makings of an episode of American Pickers, but it's the automobile treasure trove uncovered in a recent Barn Finds article. Reader on the site reporting this vast collection of cars and parts, mainly covering the 1920s to the 1960s. The source of the vehicular riches is Dave Rapp, who purchased the land in Starlight, Pennsylvania in the 1990s and moved his business here from New York. Online reports praise his venture as the source for hard-to-find components, including NOS, new old stock items. According to the Post, Rapp is a retired police officer, pleasant guy, takes pride in his collection. At the same time, has an encyclopedic knowledge of his inventory, gets deeply involved in helping customers with their restoration projects. A little bit of digging, you find his eBay story, which displays this mix of parts ranging from, like I said, a 36 Studebaker oil pan gasket. Easy to roam through these parts listings and wonder how they came into his possession. Those who have visited the property sing particular praise for the gathering of parts for Crosley and Pierce Aero cars. Among the 800 vehicles on site are more than 75 Hudson vehicles. Hudson Motor Car Company disappeared as an independent automaker when it joined with, Nash Kelvinator in 1954 to become AMC, American Motors Corporation. Despite the relatively brief history, starting in 1909 in Detroit, the company enjoyed moderate success during the first half of the 20th century. Positioned themselves kind of between mainstream brands like Chevrolet and Ford and upscale nameplates like Packard and Lincoln. Not uncommon to come across a Hudson Hornet, maybe their most memorable product at classic car shows. The Hornet was renowned for its torpedo-style body, low center of gravity, and handling that rivaled most more expensive vehicles back in the day. Pretty wild. So, hey, if you got a Big Moose, Lone Ranger, needing some parts, that's right up in your neck of the wood, Ranger. But I think These vehicles are all outdoors, though, so they've, the effects of Mother Nature. Really a lot of rust buckets, you know what I mean? Meanwhile, let me get back to the calls, though. I digress. Thank you, Gilligan, for sharing that. Quite interesting. Oh, yeah, speaking of the big moose, he sent me a photo here and an email. Heidi Ho, Steve Areno. Me and Bob Barker, that's his dog, Bob Barker. We spent the day on the lake, caught a mess of crappie and red ears, got back to the camp, fried up some fillets, and washed them down with a couple of blats, then realized Bob was nowhere to be found. Where's Bob Barker? After a short search, I found him eating fish heads behind the camper. Now we're in the camper trying to see which one of us can out-fart the other. I'm going to bed. I'll catch the replay tomorrow. All right, so out on the lake having a good time, catching some fish. All right, we'll hear from you next time around there, Big Moose. Let me see here. Eagle, what's happening this morning?
Okay. Yeah, I got some things I need to talk about tonight, Steve. Some more interesting things took place over the weekend with good old Joe Biden. You know something, Steve? This thing here is taking a whole another step. Every time I talk to you on the coronavirus front, seems like there's some new news coming out. Joe Biden now had the nerve to say that he's going to start paying people $100 if they're, and notice the word that I'm about to say, Steve. He said he was going to pay people $100 if they were dumb enough to go get vaccinated. You heard that word dumb, because that's exactly what you are, my friend. If you're dumb enough to go step into a vaccination office and get this deal done. And I'm going to repeat myself one more time, Steve, for your listeners out there. Nobody knows what's in this vaccine. Nobody knows what's going to go down a year from now, 5 years from now. I'm not going to use the word that I used a couple of weeks ago because a lot of people took offense to it. But like I say, you're still in that qualification, but I'm just not going to use the word.
Well,
so you can do what you want.
I wouldn't use the word dumb, Eagle. I mean, we're all making a conscious choice. We've been through that. Everyone looks at their own medical conditions and their medical history. If they have pre-existing conditions, I mean, they're making a choice. And I wouldn't say anybody's dumb for taking the vaccine.
Yeah, well. The reason why I'm saying that, Steve, is because we already know that this vaccine is not going to prevent you from catching the coronavirus. We already know this. Okay. Yet Joe Biden is on your television 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Every time you turn the television on, there's somebody out there telling you to get vaccinated. That unvaccinated people are the reason why this Delta variant or whatever it is spreading so fast. Okay, so I'm just talking to anybody out there listening tonight. So you decide that you're going to go into a vaccination office tomorrow morning and get vaccinated, and then a couple of weeks later you come up with the virus. Now what? Now what's your next move? Now after you've done that, what's the next move? That's what I like for somebody to answer.
Well,
tonight.
the expectation is like Lindsey Graham, who came down. He's fully vaccinated. He's positive for it, but the likelihood that he's going to get really, really sick or die is dramatically reduced. That's the point. People, I mean, I'm seeing there's a lot of people that are still in hospitals. There's a lot of people, in there for two and 3 weeks. Yeah, in ICU. I mean, it is a real virus, Eagle. But again, I think many of us have the hesitation about the unproven vaccine.
Okay, well, let me move on from that then. Okay, I want to talk about the focus that I talked to you last week about with Joe Biden telling people to get vaccinated, but yet they're still letting individuals in from South America, south of the border into the U.S. and transporting these people all over the United States. And when they're transporting these people, they're also transporting the virus because these people have not been vaccinated, Steve. You know that. And how Joe Biden can get away with that, I just can't figure out how this guy says that he wants 70% of the USA to be vaccinated, yet he's bringing in all these other people. I don't understand this guy's numbers that he's working with when it comes to that. Like I say, it's like a revolving door, Steve. The border needs to be shut down. Down here in Texas, where I'm at, Steve, the Greg Abbott, this man here is raising all kind of hell. He's doing everything he can to get this thing straight in Texas to keep these people from coming in. But the Biden administration will not work with this guy, Greg Abbott. And the people of Texas are the ones that are paying the cost, Steve. You got ranchers that live on the border of Mexico and Texas, and their land and property are being overrun. They got people running through their backyards and coming into their homes, terrorizing these people, undocumented people. The Biden and the administration are doing nothing to stop these individuals. Steve, we got a real bad situation going on down here in Texas, Steve. I'm in Laredo, Texas right now, and they got police officers. I don't know if you might have heard about this. Greg Abbott has, every 2 or 3 miles when you're driving on 35, there's police officers posted looking for undocumented individuals in cars or vans. They got state troopers all over the interstate looking for these. This guy, Greg Abbott, is doing everything he can to control these drugs that's coming into the country and the undocumented individuals. But nobody seems to want to work with this man in Washington, D.C. And it's really a sad situation, Steve, what's happening, because at the rate we're going right now, I think you said last week, Steve, that over 1 million individuals are going to be imported into this country by the end of the year. And by the time the Biden administration is over, you might have 3 to 4 million individuals in this country, undocumented individuals, and it makes absolutely no sense. Like I told you, Steve, when the Border Patrol now, they don't even try to stop people, Steve. I told you, when you go out to El Paso, when you go out to Arizona, they used to have border checkpoints out there where they would stop every vehicle going through these checks. The checkpoints are closed now because all their agents are down on the border trying to apprehend these individuals. They have no border checkpoints checking vehicles out no more because every agent, and they're down there babysitting, Steve, you know that, changing diapers, doing things that these people are not even supposed to do. Border Patrol agents are doing jobs that they were never even thought they was possible to even do. And the morale is down on these people now, and it's don't got to the point now, Steve. Like I used to tell you about the police officers in America, if I was a police officer, I would have been on quit turning my badge, gun, and everything else. And the same thing goes with the Border Patrol agent. If I was a Border Patrol agent right now, because they've already been told to have a hands down deal that did not to do nothing to these people, I would go ahead and turn my uniform in and find me another line of work, because every day that you go to work, your work is you're not accomplishing nothing, because the government won't allow you to. And it's a sad situation, Steve, and it just makes me sick to even talk about it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, good to hear from you. The numbers are not officially in yet, but July, not surprisingly, the number of children traveling alone picked up at the border. Likely hit an all-time high in the month of July, which just wrapped up. The number of people who came in families, likely the second highest total on record. This is the preliminary figures. A sharp increase from the month of June is rather striking, because normally this is the time of year that the crossings slow dramatically. the stifling summertime heat, deadly heat, that's not stopping them this year. Authorities likely picked up more than 19,000 unaccompanied children, exceeding the previous high of 18,877 in March. And let's see, the number of people encountered in families is expected to be about 80,000, just shy of the all-time high, 88,857 in May. Overall, authorities stopped immigrants about 210,000 times at the border in the month of July, up from the 188,000 in June, the highest in more than 20 years. They are pouring across the border. And Eagle, you said about maybe 1 million by the end of the year. They've already crossed over the 1 million mark. They're now saying on this pace, it could be 2 million by the end of this year. And by the end of Biden's 4-year term, it's going to be probably a good 5 million new illegal entries into the country. We're just shipping them out there. All right, let me see here. I had an email from, Jeff sent me some photographs. I'm not sure what part of the country. All he said, Walton, Kentucky. Walton, Kentucky, the pilot flying J truck stop there. He said, good thing I like my coffee black. They've got a big sign on the coffee machines. Due to supply issues, we may be out of creamers, sweeteners, etc. Things you may want. Please be aware of that before you begin making your coffee. Sorry for the inconvenience. I guess they don't want you to make the coffee and say, oh, what the hell? And they dump it all out. Yep. Shortage of anything and everything. You just don't know. All right, let me get a quick 2-minute timeout. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, looking at 25 past the hour. Back at it here. Let's get back. Take 2. I think Scotty's back. Hello, Demon. What's going on this morning?
Another day in paradise.
Yeah.
I was just getting into the truck wash, and I was like, well, I don't like any other distractions, so I hung up. But should have been home Friday afternoon or early Saturday morning, but I got hung up out there in Colorado. out there in Grand Junction. And I was delivering in Colorado, and I wasn't going to make my appointment time Friday morning. It wasn't unlimited till this morning. But he was asking about how to get around that. You know, and actually the mudslide was Friday night, I think. But then they had more rains on Saturday. You know, and I finally left out there on Sunday, you know, late Saturday night, Sunday morning. 400 miles across the way I had to deliver in Colorado, over around Fort Morgan, Brush, Colorado area, over in that area, almost to the Nebraska line in 76. Took me 10 hours.
Wow.
You know, and I went up, turned up a rifle. That's the way they're saying is, they're saying go up 13 at a rifle, go up Riddick Craig, go across 40, and come back down and get on 9, and come back out on the west side of Eisenhower Tunnel. And there's several other ways you can do it. I mean, I was grossed out 80,000 pounds. I didn't want to take and go over Monarch Pass. That's 12,000 feet. And Monarch is a very narrow mountain road. You know, but like I said, I was delivering north and east of Denver, so it was, you know, better for me to just go on and go straight across 14 at Steamboat Springs and go down Rabbit Ears. And that's where the trip got slow. Because you're running along the river all the way across there to the canyon and everything. And average speed for me was probably about 20, 25 mile an hour. You know, I mean, it's a legal road and everything. You know, the speed limit through there is 45 most of the way. Mm-hmm. You can't do that in a big truck, especially being grossed out. But, you know, and then, like I said, you can get off in Denver and you can go down 285 to run over to Buena Vista and run 40 or 50 across there, I guess it is. But it don't sound like it's going to be open anytime soon to me.
That's what I was reading made it sound on no time frame, indefinitely. I don't know, but they're talking about damage that they've never seen, the likes that they've never seen before. I don't know what they're alluding to, but sounds bad.
Several years ago, when they had it closed through there for an extended amount of time, they had a bunch of rocks fall, and that road's elevated out there along the river. So it all runs through the canyon, runs to the river and everything. And they had a bunch of big boulders that had fallen and went through the bridge. Well, they built some tunnels out there, and that's what's happened this time is the tunnels are blocked. There's people trapped out there for a little while, but I don't know if that's what's happened again is they've, you know, the big rocks have fallen and, you know, crumbled the road below. Because like I said, a lot of that's elevated through there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's, I tell you what, I ran out through there all last winter, and, you know, last summer was wildfires. This winter was, you know, winter was actually pretty good across there. But, you know, now there's, I think, heat wave the other night when I was talking about having, you know, they had the fires. That's the reason why it's all sliding down now. There's nothing to hold it up there. But all those roads up there, they've taken dug down to the damn rocks, and you know, even on 14 up there, I said you can see where it burnt, where the rocks and mud had been falling, and they, you know, you see big old dirt pile stuff. I don't know when that happened, but you know, it's prone to mudslides big time now. And they've got their fair share of monsoonal rains out there too. It rained several different times while I was sitting there in Grand Junction. But, you know, just the other day, like I said, I maybe have to spend the weekend out here, but oh well, sometimes it happens.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, yeah, I want to touch on this vaccine real quick. I don't have mine. I don't really plan on getting it, you know. And I'm aware that if I want to take a cruise, like, you know, and do things I want to do, I'm probably going to have to take it. But I'm going to wait till the last minute. I've actually set up a doctor's appointment for thyroid and stuff like that. And, yeah, I want to see what my doctor says. But you're not dumb for taking it. You're not dumb for not taking it. You know, it's a personal choice.
Yep.
You know, as kids, we were forced to take vaccines. You know, the parents give them to us. You know, we wanted to this, you know, I know there's ones that had religious belief, anti-vaxxers, they were like, yeah, you know, a lot of these are proven. There was something said earlier on one of the news channels today, and I brought this up before. They've been working on this damn vaccine for coronavirus since the, you know, early 2000s. I think there's a lot of, you know, research and stuff been into it. You know, I think with anything, I think it looks like there's abnormal, what's the word? I think there's things that's happened from people that's taken it. But would these things have happened naturally, you know, from something else? I don't know if you can blame it on the vaccines. There's not enough research done on everybody's taking it, but I mean, people aren't dropping dead from it, you know, like flies.
Mm-hmm.
Seems weird to me that all of a sudden the hotspot in the United States for the new Delta variant is your conservative Republican stronghold states. Now, Florida is the hotspot, you know, and because it's open, you know, the cruise industry, everything's booming down there. You got the Mouse House and everything, you know. I mean, you know, I believe that, you know, they want this place shut down. I believe the Delta variant has come back around. I think it's something that there's going to be something that, you know, as long as they can keep the voting rules laxed, you know, and they can do all the mail-in voting, you know, through the midterms. There's always going to be something. They found something that worked to circumvent voting rules, you know. And I don't think Fauci's lying. I don't think that it was created in the Wuhan lab in China. I think the damn thing was created here. You know, I think it's a play on words. Fauci, I think he's involved in it. I believe there's, you know, the testing. I think it was done here. I think it was released here. You know, that's the more I listen, the more I see.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that, you know, we got too many of our government officials that are involved in this too, and I think if it ever comes, I think we're all going to be surprised at the sheer number of people that are involved, and that it come from here, from within. You know, I mean, they keep asking Fauci, did you take it? Were you involved? You know, the whole deal with Rand Paul and everything. You know,
he says no.
You know, yeah, but so I mean, he's not lying to Congress. I think it was done here. Just you listen to the bastards, and they, I don't trust none of them. But you know.
So a vote of no confidence in the medical authorities, a vote of no confidence in the election authorities, a vote of no confidence in Joe Biden. That's for damn sure. All right. Hey, thanks for calling back, Scotty. I got to get my news break. We're a bit behind. We return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Cases of COVID-19 have remained on the rise over the last week in the U.S., with CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky announcing Monday that there were more than 72,000 new cases in the country on Saturday, a number not seen since the peak in the summer of 2020. White House officials also pointed out that there's been an increase in people getting vaccinated as well. Over the past few weeks, the number of people receiving a shot has increased nearly 70%. Former White House coronavirus testing czar Admiral Brett Giroir says that trend needs to continue. Speaking to Fox Business, he warns that the U.S. could lose thousands more to COVID unless more people get vaccinated.
We are in a serious situation. 100,000 cases on Friday The best projections are that we could lose as many as another 75,000 Americans who would die by mid-November unless we get more people vaccinated.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the special located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So what do you say? Let's get right back to the calls, all right? Rolling into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Hey, would that be Kid Fox? What's happening this morning?
What's going on, Steve? How you doing this morning?
Doing well.
Good deal. Yeah, just another beautiful day. Actually, technically, today's my Monday, unfortunately. But I'm out here delivering Monkey Gouger's favorite parts, as always.
Toyotas.
Yep. Anyways, a couple things I want to touch base with you on. Number one, you were talking about the fuel shortage. We actually had a situation like that happen over here at the Home 20 down there in Cincinnati.
Really?
I went over by the UDF over there off of Cincinnati Dayton Road, and they ran out of fuel. They were waiting on their truck to come in. So, and I know they did, and somebody had said that the Speedway over there ran out of fuel too, but I can't confirm that, so I don't know. I can't say either way, but I can definitely say UDF ran out of fuel because I got about 3 gallons and the pump quit working. so I can actually definitely confirm that one. But moving on to the vaccine thing. We've hammered this topic so many times.
Yep.
So many days, so many weeks, so many months. You get the idea. Anyways, okay, if you got the vaccine, cool. That's your decision. If you didn't get it, that's your decision as well. I've always stuck behind that, Whether you get the vaccine or not is not what matters. The point of the matter is it's the freedom to choose. And if you have a government that starts saying, "Oh, well, we're going to force you to get vaccinated," what makes America any better than Cuba, or Venezuela, or China? If we're having to sit here and say we're going to force Americans to get vaccinated, that should be our freedom of choice. You hear it all the time, with these arguments with abortion, my body, my choice. Well, why not the same argument with the vaccine? Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and blast anyone who whether they choose to get a vaccine or not, because that's, like I said, that's your choice, just like it was my choice to get it. I got mine, because at the time, weighing all the information that I had at the time, I figured, with me traveling like I did at the time, I made that choice.
Yep.
Whereas you're still kind of waiting to get all the information, because, let's face it. Really, truth be told, we still don't know. We may know maybe 25 to 50% of the information on these things. There's just really not that much data out there, and a lot of the data that's coming out has been contradictory. You got some people out here saying, "Oh yeah, this thing will cure coronavirus. You'll be great. Life is peachy." Then on the flip side, now we're hearing, "Oh well, wait a minute. This is only going to lessen the symptoms.
Yep.
This wasn't meant to cure the coronavirus." And with all this, contradictory data going around, it's no wonder people are skeptical. It's no wonder people are, like yourself, are, waiting to see what comes of this. I don't blame you. Not one bit. Nor do I blame someone if they want to, get the vaccine. That's like I said, it goes back to personal choice. But let's not criticize someone because of what decision they made.
Yep.
We're better than this, people. And, I feel that, the people out there criticizing someone because whether they took the vaccine or not isn't any better than these Democrats going around criticizing us for our choices on, who we vote for. Which brings me to my final topic, voter ID laws.
Mm.
This is another one that you and I have had we've all had multiple conversations on this thing. How hard is it to get an ID? A lot of these states are making it even easier to get IDs. I remember when I first got in, I'm talking about my regular one, not my CDL. Back when I was 16, I had to have a birth certificate, Social Security card. Now, you may need just one of the documents. You don't need to have both. Because, they don't put Social Security numbers on driver's licenses anymore like they used to. So, there are a lot of states that are bending over backwards to make it easier. And I hate to break it to anyone, but yeah, the Democrats are the party of Jim Crow. They are the party of racism. And they'll come around and start saying, oh, well, we got the Dixiecrat BS. Which, if anyone wants to know, the Dixiecrats were basically a group of Democrats back in the 60s, 70s, after the whole civil rights thing went down. They claim that a group of Democrats switched parties to the Republican Party because of their racist views. Is that true or not?
Right.
Only you choose for yourself. I don't think that's valid. I think that's just a cop out. I think Democrats have always been racist. The only difference, the Democrat Party has been taken over by liberals and by communists, and all they care about is control. They don't care about you or me. They don't care about the average truck driver going down the road, the average working family. They don't care if you're black, white, African, or Asian, whatever your ethnicity. They don't care. All they care about is their power, is more power, more government, more spending. They want to run this country into the ground. And I have said this over the years, Steve. We've had this same conversation as well. But and until everyone gets that through their heads, I'm even going to come out and say some of these Republicans are the same way. Now, I'm not going to say all of them, because I do legitimately believe there are some Democrats and some Republicans that legitimately care about people. But for the most part, these guys up in Washington, all they care about is their power. All they care about is, themselves. They don't care about us. And until you get that in your head and recognize that, we're basically getting the government that we voted for. So, other than that, Steve, that's all the BS I got for tonight.
All right. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. And, yep, be safe out there. About, what are we looking at? 11 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388 as lines become available. Pretty busy this Tuesday morning, unlike 24 hours ago. It's Sunday night and Monday morning. It's a whole different ball game. As I said, though, a lot of drivers don't get out for the first night till, like this is their Monday. Start things up Monday into Tuesday. Of course, then they work, Friday into Saturday to start their weekend. And we return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we were going to share the NTPA pull-in update from over the weekend. Action around the country. I sent it to my Dropbox, and they sent the wrong thing. It was just a bumper music thing from one of our. So I got a hold of Josh. They're gonna they'll reload that into my Dropbox later today, and we'll have the full NTPA update coming up for our Wednesday morning show. Meanwhile, in the straight line racing after a big weekend, great weather in Tennessee this past weekend. Kyle was there. Coming up this week, it's off to Colorado. The Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Series, Diesel Series. It's Diesels on the Mountain at Bandamere Speedway in Morrison, Colorado. As I said, Kyle will be heading out there with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. Following weekend, that'll be Friday and Saturday, the 13th and 14th. Again, another weekend of the Hot Shot Secrets Whole Shot Diesel Series. This time it'll be the Texas Truck Jam at Texas Motorplex in Enos, Texas. Kyle will be there with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. So back-to-back weekends for the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series. Let me see here. The following weekend, this is a big one, Thursday through Sunday. This will be our next big NTPA event. August 19th through the 21st in Bowling Green, Ohio, with the Wood County Fairgrounds. This is the NTPA National Tractor Pulling Championships. Kyle and Josh will be on site with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. I need to check Bowling Green, Ohio. Where is that in proximity to me? Josh was telling me, we got to get you out to one of our NTPA events. I said, it's been so many years. I think the last time I saw the tractor pulls was at the Ohio State Fair many, many years ago. Maybe late teens. Would have been my age at the time, so it's been a long time. But this is the granddaddy of them all. It gets no bigger than this one when it comes to tractor and truck pulling, with over 65,000 spectators pouring in. $250,000 up for grabs. It's no wonder this small Ohio community is referred to as Pool Town, USA. 5 sessions over 3 days. Just about every type of tractor and truck hook into the sled. Classes include 4-wheel drive trucks, light unlimiteds, 2-wheel drive trucks, unlimiteds, light super stocks, super stock diesels, super stock 4-wheel drive diesel, super farm tractors. You got the modifieds, pro stocks, super stock opens, modified minis, and always a crowd favorite, the super semis. If you can't make it to Bowling Green, you can catch the live feed of all the action on NTPA TV, which you do need a subscription for that. And it's not a cheap subscription. I believe the NTPA Yeah, annual subscription's like $299. But you can get more information at pooltown.com. Bowling Green, Ohio for that weekend becomes Pooltown, USA. All right, let me see. Back to the phones we go. Who we got? Would that be Gilligan?
Yeah, it's Gilligan this morning, Steve. I want to touch on a couple of things. One thing, I've got to disagree with Eagle. I normally agree with most of what he stands for, but no, you're not dumb to take the vaccine.
Yeah.
I disagree with it totally. I told you last week that my wife's uncle is in the hospital with COVID. Now his wife's in there too. They're both in their 70s and bad health. They both took the vaccine. Maybe the vaccine may have saved their life. Maybe it did. I don't know. They say it lessens the effects. The amount of health problems most of these wonderful people have. Maybe it did. I hope it did. Now, I'll touch on something a little lighter. I seen your video there. You posted. Were you trying to bust a move or what in that video, man? Maybe you ought to go on the road with the dancing truck.
Yeah, right, you think? Oh, man, I just made a fool of myself. That's all, just out there. When I saw him, I said, you know what, we got to go out. We got to get a video so I can share it with my friends who are just having a good time.
There's nothing wrong with that. We've all made a fool of ourselves at some time in our life thanks to alcohol. You know, I used to drink the harder stuff, the turkey, and I tell you, that stuff will sneak up on you and get you goblin if you don't want it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be invited to the next John Travolta disco movie or anything like that, you know.
Yeah, well, I don't think John Travolta will be there other than maybe Standby, because he's not exactly too young anymore himself. You know, he's older than we are. I'm going to this vaccine bit. Now, I know the flu vaccine. I'm going to touch on that. The flu vaccine, you actually give a small dosage of the flu, if I'm not mistaken.
Supposed to be.
That's part of the vaccine.
Supposed to be like a dead component, like it's a piece of the flu, but it's non-active or what, like dead.
Is that what they're doing with this COVID? Are you sure? Or do you know?
No, that's the whole key about the Pfizer and Moderna are mRNA vaccines. That's totally different, totally new technology, never before approved for anything. The Johnson & Johnson, I think that is, what do they call it, an attenuated version of the virus. You know, that's just like a small dose of whatever the COVID is to get your immune system to fire up to fight it. I believe.
Okay, I'm not that well versed on it. I haven't taken the vaccine. I don't plan on doing it anytime soon, but I'm not ruling it out in the future.
Nor am I.
And that's my decision. That's my decision. I've said before, whatever you feel is right for you. That's the way I feel about it. You know. Well, that's about all I got for tonight, but I will thank you for touching on that story I sent you. I thought that was rather interesting, especially the 75 Hudsons in that mix. You know, I don't know whether there's been 75 Hudsons in one place in years. Maybe a Hudson show. What do you think?
Yeah, all right. All right. Well, hey, good to have you with us. Thanks for sharing, Gilligan. We got to get our news update. We roll into the midnight hour on the West Coast, making our way into the third day of August. It's a Tuesday morning. Back with your calls just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Cases of COVID-19 have remained on the rise over the last week in the U.S., with CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky announcing Monday that there were more than 72,000 new cases in the country on Saturday, a number not seen since the peak in the summer of 2020. White House officials also pointed out that there's been an increase in people getting vaccinated as well. Over the past few weeks, the number of people receiving a shot has increased nearly 70%. Former White House coronavirus testing czar Admiral Brett Giroir says that trend needs to continue. Speaking to Fox Business, he warns that the U.S. could lose thousands more to COVID unless more people get vaccinated.
We are in a serious situation. 100,000 cases on Friday. The best projections are that we could lose as many as another 75,000 Americans who would die by mid-November unless we get more people vaccinated.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Biden administration said Monday that it was expanding eligibility for a program to let Afghans who worked with U.S. forces settle in the United States. Tim Berg reports.
Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is launching a program that will allow thousands of Afghan refugees to live in the United States.
We have a special responsibility to these individuals. They stood with us. We will stand with them.
Blinken saying this will expand eligibility to Afghans who do not qualify for special immigrant visas. Typically, refugee status is only granted to those who worked for the United States for a 2-year period. Blinken saying this program will eliminate the time requirement and allow members of the press to seek refuge. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the A-team is moving on. U.S. women's beach volleyball duo April Ross and Alex Kleinman are on to the semifinals in Tokyo after defeating Laura Ludwig and Margareta Koch of Germany in straight sets. This is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Senators began to dig into the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure package Monday after receiving the more than 2,700-page bill late Sunday night. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has pushed to get a vote on the bill done this week, while Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is calling for a more measured period of debate and consideration. Senator James Langford says that he needs more time to digest the bill, but the Oklahoma Republican tells Newsmax TV that he wants to see an infrastructure bill that contains only projects that can be paid for.
Obviously, we need to do infrastructure. That's a given. We do infrastructure, but this is not just an infrastructure bill. This is the Biden team saying they want to do something historic, something that's never been done, to spend more on infrastructure that's ever been done. So it takes the normal infrastructure bill that we would do, which is about $400 billion, which is big, and then it tacks onto it all of these giant things that have no pay-fors on them at all. So it's part of it's paid for, that the typical infrastructure portion of it, and part of it's unpaid for, that's the above and beyond, we want to do something historic portion of it. Our push has been, hey, let's do the part that we can actually afford. Let's keep doing infrastructure like we always do. Every single highway that's out there is a previous infrastructure project. It's not like we've never done infrastructure before, but this is a giant debt bomb that's sitting out there on it, and is the first step of a two-step process of actually heading into what Biden had asked for, to do a $4 trillion proposal, part of it entitlements, part of it infrastructure. This is the first down payment of it.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, we are back on Tuesday morning. Tell you what, let me get right back to the calls first. Got something I want to get to here. I'm going to take a few minutes to go through, though. Got 10 indisputable facts on the 2020 election that actually support the argument for audits to be taking place. Which, again, all over the country, the Democrats are adamantly against. Oh, you got the Department of Justice, the Biden Department of Justice, even threatening to go after and sue states that are doing or wanting to undergo audits. That's how adamant they are against trying to get to the bottom of what transpired on November of 2020. First, though, back to the calls. Thanks for hanging in there. Philip, what's happening?
Not much, bud. How you doing?
Doing well.
I got to ask you a question, Steve. You talking about them tractor pulls and stuff. Are you for the red or are you for the green?
Oh, would that be? Are you talking? Is that John Deere versus who's the red? Is that Cummins or
International?
International. Okay.
That's right. A 13-letter crap spreader. That's
Okay.
what we used to call them back in the day. But anyway, it's going to be a pretty busy day with, actually pretty busy next few days with rockets. Supposed to have one go off today here. The Starliner is supposed to take off. And then tomorrow, the Chinese are supposed to launch one. And then SpaceX has got one going the following day. The Chinese one is a communications piece. I just think it's funny when the Chinese are launching one and then SpaceX launches one, it's going back and forth. And did you hear the news about Texas down there, Boca Chica, Steve?
No, sir.
Okay, so Elon Musk he's been bringing people down to Boca Chica, but within the last 2 months, he's been bringing a lot of people down in there. And they're working really hard to get that orbital launch site up. Okay, they actually set a piece up on the launch site a couple days ago. It's called the orbital launch table, and it's basically the table that's underneath the rocket where it takes off, and it's kind of like a baffle that baffles out the sound waves and all the exhaust and everything. But they've been working on it for about a year. But the big thing that's been going through everybody's deal right now is supposedly the 5th, which is only 2 days away from now, and I don't know if it's going to come to fruition. I don't think it will because they don't have the infrastructure complete on it yet. They want to stack the booster and the Starship together for the first time. He wants to have it. He wants to have what they call a full stack, which a full stack means the vehicle is going to look what it's going to look like. I don't think it's personally going to happen. He's got a booster that's sitting out on a test stand right now out there. They could put a Starship on it, but they don't have anything that will hold it up there other than a crane to keep it from blowing over. So I don't know, but the rumor is that he's pushing people. They want to get a stack by the 5th, but I don't know. Now, as far as the orbital vehicles themselves, booster number 4 and Starship number 20, they're coming along really good in the high bay. Starship 20, they actually put the fins on it yesterday, and it does have the heat shield material on it, so they're getting it ready to go up high. So it's kind of interesting what's going on, and if anybody wants to pay attention to what's going on down there, go on YouTube and look at NASA Spaceflight. Our Boca Chica gal, which is Mary, she does all the daily filming down there, and keep an eye on Boca Chica. Now, you had a caller earlier, Steve, that was talking about the Democrats going into Republicans and all that stuff. Okay, my family for years had been Southern Democrats. And what happened a long time ago is, this is back Civil War era. After the Civil War and all that, everything came with the parties and everything. A lot of the Southern Democrats were for the working guy. And that's what the Democratic Party used to be for. That has changed. It's not for the working guy anymore. I mean, back in the day, the Democrats were for the working guy. The Republicans were for the establishment. It ain't that way no more.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that, Steve?
Yes, sir.
A lot of people they think, well, the Democrats are this and that for the working guy. They're not for the working guy, and to be quite honest, that's the reason why the unions had backed them for so many years, because they used to be for the working guy, but they're not anymore. Liberalism has come in and taken over it and turned it into a different animal than what it used to be. And quite frankly, a lot of the Democrats have turned into Republicans because of that. I mean, isn't it known that Donald Trump was a Democrat at one time in his life?
Correct.
You know
yes,
that?
I believe he was. Yes. Mm-hmm. New York
So
Democrat.
There must be some validity that he was at one time in his life out for the working guy. You know, I mean, my father was a hard Southern Democrat. You know, and I'll tell everybody out there, the reason Jimmy Carter was not a very good president, because he's too damn honest. And that was it. And that's why the Southern Democrats were that way. And it started back after the Civil War, years and years ago. That was their mentality. They were out for the working guy, you know. But as far as the vaccine goes, and the caller mentioned something about it's your choice. Yes, it is. It is your choice. I think that this makes Roe versus Wade, if anybody knows what that is, look like a crap show. This is something that's even on a bigger scale than Roe versus Wade, because it takes up both sides of the platform. So, but that's just my opinion, Steve. So,
no.
But you are right though. That subscription is quite expensive to that tractor pulling thing. I mean, what'd you say, $300 a year for that?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Oh my man, that's a lot. That's a lot. They better give you some pretty good stuff out there. They gonna give you a ride or something if you go to the other shows or something for that.
They'd probably get me in a tractor somewhere. I mean, I don't know. I thought the Flow Racing subscription for like $175 for a year was expensive, and yeah, then I went over one. What was it? Something I wanted to watch. I think it was the NASCAR racing on the dirt, wherever that was, and yeah, they wanted like $300 for a year too. So it's expensive for this online stuff.
Hey, Steve, have you seen Kyle Busch's son lately, Braxton?
No, sir.
There is a picture going around on Facebook of Braxton. Kyle got him it looks like a go-kart and a sprint car together. And this little kid has been racing in this series. And he's got his son racing in this series, and the kid's winning like crazy. There's a picture going around with him and his son and his wife in his car, and his son standing on top of it. It looks like this would have in a go-kart. I'm not sure what the series is. It's some kind of midget go-kart series or something, but the kid's actually been winning, so maybe it is in the trait, in his genes, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Have you seen that?
I have not seen that.
Yeah. So that's all I got to say today, bud. And y'all have a good one. Thank you.
All right, I did have one final question about the Starliner launch you're talking about. That was the one that was delayed from last week because they had that Russian module up there that had docked, and the thrusters, for some reason, just magically started ignited and threw the whole International Space Station off kilter. Right? Is that what this launch is?
Yes. Well, the Starlink was or Starliner. Excuse me, I got my stuff mixed up. The Starliner was supposed to go up last week. Okay. We actually had some weather down here that kind of delayed it a little bit. But the same day it was supposed to go up, the Russians were moving around some modules and doing some things up on the space station, and they, for some reason, put a thruster off for so long, and it actually pulled the space station about 48 degrees off kilt. And they had to get the space station back into kilt before they could dock anything in there. Even the Russians, what they were doing, they had to get the space station put in the right alignment to get everything going.
Mm-hmm.
But that did push back the Starlink or Starliner a little bit. But the big reason that they go, and I think today, I don't know if it's going to go today, to be quite honest, because we've been having a lot of weather in the afternoons with the sea breezes hitting each other. We've been getting a lot of those storms. I don't know if you saw it or not, Steve, but they had a tornado at New Smyrna yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, they had a tornado at New Smyrna that was not too far from the New Smyrna Beach police station. And it was just afternoon storms building up and with the sea breezes. We're coming into that trend again. We're not going through any kind of hurricane stuff within the next few days, but there is some stuff coming off Africa that's probably going to be concerning in another about 6 or 10 days. But we get those afternoon storms. It's one of those things. And that Starliner, every time they don't shoot, if it's going to be a couple days before it goes up, they have to roll it back to the hangar. It's one of those deals. It's on like a stirrup, and they take it back to the hangar and put her up. That can't be outside. So it's rolled out. If it's rolled out yesterday, which I don't know if it was rolled out yesterday, that was my big question about it, and I haven't really kept on that one, but they got to roll it out to the pad. It isn't like most of the rockets are set up out there and, they leave them set up. But this one here, it goes back and forth for some reason. I don't know why, but it's going to be interesting. I hope it gets off today, because this one is the failure that messed up big time 2 years ago when it was supposed to electronically drive itself into the station, and it didn't even go up there. It just made one orbit, and it kind of, the software went nutso. So that's all I got, Steve. I hope that helped you.
Thank you. Thank you for the update. Yeah, I hope all goes well later today. But all right, about 19 past the hour. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me jump over to this for a moment in regards to the 2020 election. And yes, there are audits, and there's red flags that have been raised. Obviously, Arizona, the whole debate continues there. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Yeah, you name it. Let's see. General Flynn says, it's an oft-quoted saying. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but not their own facts. A fact is something done, an action performed, or an event or circumstance that actually occurred. Essentially, facts are indisputable truths about people, places, and events. The one seminal event that continues to fester like a boil on the American psyche is November 3rd of 2020. Why does it continue to fester? It festers because people of all stripes and backgrounds believe there were elements of fraud, misrepresentations of truth, dishonesty due to lawfare, and in certain cases, severe obstruction by politicians at all levels of government. In the days following the election, as we know, there were vast claims of a conspiracy theory that the election was somehow stolen in the middle of the night. In fact, many people believe theft actually occurred during the days prior and subsequent to Election Day. According to some accounts, the theft occurred as a result of machine configurations and settings, misappropriated and fraudulent mail-in ballots, false or fake paper used for ballots, multiple scans of the same ballot, ballots in excess of the number of registered voters, and so much more. The claims of fraud seemed never-ending. These conspiracy theories continue to be challenged and debated across the country without any serious examination of the facts surrounding the election itself. What are the facts of the 2020 election? Are there any that we the people can sink our teeth into? Do any facts exist that offer a sense of honesty and truth? Preliminary findings of the July 15, 2021 Arizona State Senate hearing allege that blatant fraud occurred in at least one county, aka Maricopa, in one state, Arizona. As one Arizona state senator explained in an interview, it was the proverbial shish kebab show. What I want to offer is, for both believers and non-believers, some facts. The facts and data behind them come from research and analysis gathered direct from federal, state, and county websites, which compare past elections to November of 2020. And all that's required to understand them is a little bit of common sense. As we continue to move forward in our country, we the people need to be fact-driven and knowledgeable about what occurred. While there's a great debate being pursued in the courts, a place not designed to determine the outcome of elections, People need to understand our nation experienced an unprecedented attack on the very fabric and sacrosanct component of our liberties. Our one person, one vote privilege was severely violated. I'm not going to have time to go through all of the, quote, facts. But he starts with bellwether counties and bellwether states explaining what they are, shares of primary votes. What I found fact number 4. Now, this is historically, number 4, incumbents who gain votes win. Incumbent vote gain is another key indicator of presidential race outcomes. Since 1892, and as the expansion of the United States slowed, only 6 presidents have lost re-election. All 6 had fewer total votes in their re-election campaigns versus their initial campaigns. All incumbents who gained votes won re-election. In 2020, Trump gained a record 11 million votes. Just for perspective, former President Barack Obama actually lost 4 million votes nationally in 2012, yet still won re-election. Voter registration by party. That's touted as one of the most accurate predictors of determining presidential election outcomes. Not all states register voters by party, but for those that do, the evidence is plain to see. As far backwards as records are available, 3 of the key states in the 2020 election, Pennsylvania, Florida, and North Carolina, have moved in favor of the same party that made overall registration gains since the year 2000. In Pennsylvania, from 2012 to 2016, 60 of the 67 counties trended more Republican registrations, suggesting a major Republican gain in the state. Consequently, Pennsylvania flipped for Trump in 2016. A legitimate Trump loss in Pennsylvania would show a registration lead expansion for Democrats. However, from 2016 to 2020, again, 60 of 67 counties became more Republican in registration once again, with the Republican Party registering roughly 242,000 new voters compared to just 12,000 Democrats. This number itself suggests the margin of victory for Trump should have substantially increased. Let's take a look at down-ballot voting. House of Representatives, what they call down-ballot voting, is an indicator of a success at the top of the ticket. When Obama won a landslide victory in 2008, the Democrats took 14 House seats away from Republican incumbents, while losing only 5. When Reagan was elected in 1980, Republicans gained a net of 34 seats. When Reagan was reelected, Republicans clawed back a net of 16 House seats from the 26 lost in the 1982 midterms. In 2020, with Trump at the top of the ticket, Republicans knocked out 13 incumbent Democrat seats while not losing a single Republican-held seat. Common sense suggests a Biden electoral landslide would have taken at least a single Republican seat with it. But no. Florida is a key trend indicator. Why is Florida such an important indicator of presidential election success? Since 1932, Florida's trajectory has correlated perfectly with the trajectory of Michigan and Pennsylvania as a reflection of working-class political sentiment. in every single election since then. If Florida became more Republican from the previous election, Michigan and Pennsylvania did exactly the same. These three states also largely moved together to the left when Democrat nominees make gains. In 2020, Trump won Florida by a margin greater than 2 percentage points higher than he did in 2016. Despite the massive Republican registration advantage in Pennsylvania, both Pennsylvania and Michigan charted a separate direction from Florida for the first time in nearly a century. One more here. Gaining everywhere but losing everything. Despite historic strength and gains of Trump in battleground states and battleground counties, he lost. Maricopa County, which casts nearly 2/3 of all the votes in the state of Arizona, has not voted for the Democratic nominee since it supported Harry Truman in 1948. In 1996, Bob Dole became the first Republican in nearly 50 years to lose Arizona, but he still won Maricopa County. Trump carried that county by 3 percentage points in 2016, while receiving fewer votes than Mitt Romney had in the county in 2012. In 2020, Trump set a Republican record for net additional votes in Maricopa County by adding roughly 248,000 from his 2016 performance, only to become the first Republican nominee and incumbent president to lose that county in 72 years. That was accompanied by Biden's gain of nearly 338,000 new votes versus the Democrat in 2016, which is nearly 3 times higher than the all-time previous high Democrat vote gain in that county, which was by John Kerry in 2004. Similar record high vote totals and increases for Trump were also eclipsed in 2020 in the states of Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Minnesota in what turned out to be losing efforts. Victory always goes to the minority vote getter. Trump achieved historic improvements with minority voters across the nation. Trump netted more than a quarter of the non-white vote in his re-election campaign, achieving a level of minority support seen just one time since Nixon's 1960 campaign. His progress was evident in urban areas in the Midwest, like Wayne County, Michigan, southern Texas, where Trump won counties that had been in the Democrat column for decades, and perhaps most notably Miami-Dade County, Florida. Trump's vote increases in long-held Republican suburban counties and working-class counties like Mahoning County, Ohio, which he flipped for the first time since 1972, indicate that his white support did not collapse as reported by the mainstream media. The absence of millions of core Democratic-based minority voters raises considerable questions as to how Biden was actually able to surpass Obama's popular vote record by 12 million votes. I mean, these are facts that with a little bit of common sense says there ain't no way. But there was more, but like I said, we'll get back to your calls here. First of all, get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Cases of COVID-19 have remained on the rise over the last week in the U.S., with CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky announcing Monday that there were more than 72,000 new cases in the country on Saturday, a number not seen since the peak in the summer of 2020. White House officials also pointed out that there's been an increase in people getting vaccinated as well. Over the past few weeks, the number of people receiving a shot has increased nearly 70%. Former White House coronavirus testing czar Admiral Brett Giroir says that trend needs to continue. Speaking to Fox Business, he warns that the U.S. could lose thousands more to COVID unless more people get vaccinated.
We are in a serious situation. 100,000 cases on Friday. The best projections are that we could lose as many as another 75,000 Americans who would die by mid-November unless we get more people vaccinated.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, before I get back to the calls, let me share his analysis of the facts. And I didn't even go through all the facts until about 5 or 6 out of the 10. Which I think you get the gist of what's going on. So what happens if the results of audits, and maybe I'll underscore if, show that the 2020 election fraud and Trump won? What are the potential outcomes? My sense is there are 3 outcomes along with a set of wild card possibilities. Outcome number 1, Biden and Harris resign. I see the probability of this as 0. You can make your own judgments as to why. Outcome number 2 is where states present recounted electoral votes to the Supreme Court of the United States. What happens then? Well, there are several scenarios. Scenario number 1, Supreme Court of the United States declares the election invalid and suggests Congress reconvene and recount electoral votes. Biden and Harris are replaced. Scenario number 2, Supreme Court of the United States declares the 2020 election invalid, but says the president and vice president remain in office with limited powers to be specified, as in no executive orders, no veto power, only perfunctory roles. Past executive orders are declared invalid and all are rescinded, and the vice president is not the presidential successor. Scenario number 3, Supreme Court declares the 2020 election invalid, but the Biden administration remains in office with no loss of powers or authorities. Then lastly, scenario 4, the Supreme Court of the United States completely sidesteps the state's request and does nothing. If that scenario were to play out, and they sidestep and avoid the responsibility to examine the constitutionality of our election system, then enters outcome number 3. An outcome 3 decision has responsibility landing square on states' rights that are found in the Constitution. If this occurs, states have a set of options. They can reallocate their electoral votes based on the new audit results and replace those with their respective states who were illegitimately elected in 2020, including governors, state legislators, and other state officers, as well as replace congressional members at the federal level, member of the House and the Senate. And a state's convention may be immediately held to decide on the presidency and vice presidency. If the decision is to replace those top 2 positions, this would be unprecedented in U.S. history. Bottom line is we've not been here before, and yes, there remain many unclear constitutional issues at play here. If new audits indicate fraudulent election outcomes in other states, we, the people, through our state legislators, have some somber, serious obligations to consider. If not for us, then for future generations of American citizens. Regardless of outcomes, the people of the U.S. have some serious internal decisions to process. Do we choose a monopolistic state-controlled oligarchy where the few control the many? Or do we choose to remain a competitive free enterprise system under a republic form of government where the many control the few? I'll leave you with this because I believe readers know where I stand regarding the future of the republic. However, I also firmly believe the United States of America has lost sight of our Creator And we are now facing the truest of all tests. I sense we no longer have a just government that rules in fear of God. In fact, God has been ripped out of the womb that is Mother America. America has thrown the law of God out the window. There's been a systematic, intentional effort by the state, by academia, by a select group of wealthy oligarchs to set aside God's law so that it is not the rule of law in America. All right. If the essence of liberty is a limited government, then the positive actions and involvement of the free citizens will forever sustain our cause for freedom. He says, lastly, therefore, get involved, people. Your actions at the local level can and will have a national impact. May God bless and protect the United States of America. Points to ponder, but now these audit talks continue. Taking it to the next level, I think Wisconsin is in the mix as well. Yeah, they're having to take it to the next level in Pennsylvania, where they've ignored the orders to turn over ballots in those, I think it was 3 counties. Yeah, subpoenas will be coming. Court battles are going to be coming. I guess you drag it out long enough, it's all for naught, right? Yeah. By the time this is all played out, hell, we may have already gone through the 2022 midterm. But we shall see. Back to the phones we go. Would this be shaky? Hello, shaky. All right, maybe they dropped off. Oh, let's see. Horse Feathers, good morning.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Well, I guess you can call me the, like Red Fox or his character there, Fred Sanford, big fat dummy, because I took the vaccination. I don't know. But we're not calling people names, right? I called myself a name. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know. But anyways, hey, did you say you're changing your show from Tuesday to Saturday because that's when most of the listening audience is working? Is that
no?
Did I catch that right?
That's not what I said. I just got a stated a fact.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying you were going to change the show times there, and you were going to do it from Tuesday to Saturday and change all your weekends up. Say, boy, that'd mess up everybody. I won't know what day it is. I won't be able to even know what day to do Mike.
Yeah,
what day
right.
is, I'll be all messed up.
Be all screwed up.
So, yeah. So, hey, speaking of all screwed up, when you were doing over the thing there about Colorado there with the highway thing there, and you said that you could get right online real easy and figure it out. You said it was capital C, capital O, trip. Does that have anything to do with the fact that marijuana is legal in Colorado, that it's the CO trip?
I don't know when they put that together.
I don't know. I just figured, that's one way to get on a trip there, right? But I don't know. Never tried it. But anyways, hey, you talked about the living by the law of the jungle instead of the law of the land. Charlie Daniels did that there in a Simple Man song. I'm not even going to try to sing it there like Knucklebuster would. Maybe Knucklebuster call in there and do that Simple Man song there from Charlie Daniels for you. But living by the law of the jungle instead of the law of the land now. About where we're at. You listen to that song, you see about where we're at. So I don't know what else we got. You've had an excellent show again tonight here. Just call after call. So. Anyways, I don't know. We had something else I was going to touch on for you there. Hey, you haven't said anything about the possibility of an Iran sinking an Israeli tanker, have you?
I haven't brought that up. I have not.
So, yeah, there was some deal that I guess there was British and somebody else, sailors that were on this Israeli tanker, and it was sunk out somewhere, and the report is that Iran Iran did it. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be some sort of, what's going to happen because of them doing that, or if we're just going to say, wow, they didn't really do that. And are you surprised that the Afghanistan people have to come to America? Have you heard that on the news there, that they're going to they're claiming asylum, they get out, but they have to prove they're not Taliban coming in. But
I mean, this is the people the people that worked with us, the interpreters, and there were a whole bunch of them. If we leave them there to fight, I mean, they're beheaded as soon as we're gone. They're done.
Yeah, I was going to say their heads will be on spikes there within the week. But it's like, well, it shouldn't be too hard for them to get out anyways, because all they have to do is, like everybody else, is just get a ride there to the Central America and just come up through the southern border. It's wide open. Everybody else in the world's doing it. So if people got to get out of Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, all that, just come to the southern border, come to Central America and come on in. We'll get you in, no problem. And I think they even take the terrorists in there too, don't they?
Right.
But anyways, I don't know. It's just a sad state of affairs. Hopefully maybe we can get things turned around. But with that whole election deal, and that, and you were talking about what was carried with the presidential part of the election. Do you think that would have made a difference in the two Georgia senators if that was, if Trump was carried, with one there and carried Georgia? Do you think that would have been a difference down there for the way that was, and then the revote and all that?
I think they knew the numbers, what they needed for, because they had to have a separate runoff election for those two.
Yep. So, I don't know. So, anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got for you there. I'm glad the Moose is out there. I guess he's having fish commit suicide into his boat as good as the monkey gougers.
Sounds
there,
like
right?
it, yeah. He's having a good time.
Up a boat full?
Frying up the fish.
Oh, that's a good deal. There you go. Nothing wrong with that. Get a couple of days to recreate or something there. So, anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you there, and we'll try to catch you there tomorrow night. And I guess tomorrow night is the Mike, right?
That would be correct. There you go. All right, got an email from one of our listening friends. Now, I did respond to him. I sent the links. He may have tried to pull up the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page, because he's in the email. He said, "Did you get taken off the air, or is my link just not working, or what?" Now, we try to advise everybody for several weeks that if you were watching on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page, make the transition over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube. So I sent him the link to that, and I sent him the link to overnightdriveradio.com, which from there you've got the links to all the other places where you can listen. You can click on the Facebook link, the YouTube, and of course you've got the podcast links and all that. So hopefully he'll find us once again. No, but we're here loud and proud and live on a Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Yeah, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, Lord, I apologize. Had to do the reset thing. But we got it done. Guess who got caught up in the phone reset again? It's never happened before. Hello, Big Sexy.
Yeah, it got me. I dialed right back in, though.
Yeah.
Well, what a difference a few days make. Friday, we hit 100 here, and it's a nice, cool 69 degrees, wind blowing, low humidity. It feels good today.
Yeah, we're down to like 63 outside the bunker now. It's cool out there.
I'm sure you've already touched on the fact that the Fernando de Soto Bridge is fully open now.
We did, yes. Amazing how quickly they got that done after it was supposed to be Friday before they got the westbound lanes open.
Well, they said on the local news out of Memphis tonight that the contractor, when they started on the westbound side to clean all that up, decided to bring in some more people and get it done. So they brought in some extra people and cleared that up a lot quicker, allowed them to open it up this afternoon or Monday afternoon. So that's what happened there. They were looking for about Wednesday, but they got it done early. I'm glad to hear you're moving the show to Tuesday through Saturday. That fits right in my work week there. You know, I'm one of these that's not out here on Monday morning, you know.
Yep, exactly.
So that'd be a lot better if it's right in there. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. Leave it to old horse feathers to stir up a bunch of crap. He always does that.
Yeah, and you haven't heard this come from me very much lately, but old Heatwave had a good call tonight. I really enjoyed his call. He had a good call. Mm-hmm. We've kind of been at it a little bit there, but he had a good call. I enjoyed that. I wonder which one's stinking up that camper worse, Moose or the dog?
Right about now, I'm thinking the one that ate the fish heads is probably stinking it up pretty bad.
Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen. He's reading all that off a while ago. You know, we're in uncharted territory with that election. They find out that's all fraudulent. I don't think the American people will sit by and let them do nothing. Supreme Court will have to do something.
Yeah, it's interesting how to date, I mean, everything that was presented to the various courts, they all pretty much sidestepped them. And I think a couple of them were presented to the Supreme Court and they didn't want to take them up. I don't know. They just don't want to address it, right?
For some reason they don't want to get involved, but they're going to have to get it proven. On the unemployment, did you see where a judge in Arkansas ordered Arkansas to start it back up?
Yeah,
where they had to cut it down, you know, that extra 300?
Yeah, I did. Now there's only a month left, though. It's almost done. I mean, so they're gonna, I guess, have to go through all the paperwork, firing it back up for 4 more weeks.
Well, he ordered them to get federal government approval to start it back up, and if the federal government says no, they had to present something in writing showing that the government said no. He said it wasn't up to the governor to do it; the legislature had to do it. So I don't know, the legislature just trying to run around and say, okay, we'll do it. I mean, there's a Republican legislature in Arkansas, also, they can turn right around and take care of that if they wanted to. You talking about those people that work with the force over in Afghanistan would be beheaded with left behind. Did you see the video on Facebook where the guy beheaded that woman and posted to Facebook a couple of days ago or last week or whatever?
That was out of, was it Minneapolis, wasn't it?
Somewhere, I don't remember exactly where at, but
somewhere in Minnesota.
Woman filming it out her window, and you could hear her screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God!" She was filming it out the window and posted it to Facebook. Well, that's all I got for you now. I'll sit back and just smooth ain't gonna say it. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Catch you later.
All right. Have a good morning. Yeah, we got our final hour just ahead. I'm looking at a photograph, and as the caption said, this speaks volumes. Yeah, a couple of women. Looks like they're healthcare workers because they got their outfits on. They're scrubs, I guess. Scrubs, they call them. One of them holding a sign that said, "We worked through the entire pandemic with no vaccine. Now they want to fire us for not getting the vaccine." The other woman has a sign that says, "Last year's heroes, this year's unemployed." They're right. They worked on the front lines with all these people coming in on their deathbed, saving many lives when there was no vaccine. And now we have the gall to tell them, well, you're unemployed. You don't get the shot, you're out of a job. That's a good point to ponder. All right, final hour ahead. Right now, news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Senators began to dig into the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill on Monday after receiving the more than 2,700-page bill late Sunday night. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has pushed to get a vote on the bill done this week, while Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has called for a more measured period of debate and consideration. Speaking on the Senate floor, the Kentucky Republican said that the process should not be accelerated for political purposes.
But a necessity, the same goes for the Senate having a robust and bipartisan amendment process on legislation of this magnitude. Our full consideration of this bill must not be choked off by any artificial timetable that our Democratic colleagues may have penciled out for political purposes. Our bipartisan negotiators have already been taking this task very seriously. The American people need the Senate to continue taking it seriously.
This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Texas lawmakers have called on the Biden administration to put a priority on the health and safety of the border agents on the southern border. Representative Henry Cuellar said last week that more than 80 agents in the Rio Grande Valley sector have tested positive for the virus. U.S. Customs and Border Protection says that those migrants who exhibit symptoms are referred to local health systems for testing and treatment. But Border Patrol Union President Brandon Judd says that's not stopping the virus on the border. He tells Fox News that those infections are taking more agents out of the field and weakening border security.
That's the first thing that we face. Everybody that we take into custody, we have to assume might have COVID. And we have agents that are coming down. We've had agents that have already died due to COVID exposure. And yes, we have over 80 of our agents. Now, that's another agent. That's another 80 people that we have to take out of the field that can't be patrolling the border simply because we're being overwhelmed around, and the cartels are being allowed to make billions of dollars in transporting these illegal aliens that have COVID and other diseases that are coming into the United States.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham tweeted Monday that he's tested positive for COVID-19 despite being fully vaccinated. He said he was experiencing flu-like symptoms over the weekend before going to the house doctor. He said he's currently experiencing mild symptoms that feel like a sinus infection, adding that he was thankful to be vaccinated because he's sure his symptoms would be worse if he wasn't. Senator Graham's breakthrough case is a rare one. A new analysis from the Kaiser Family Foundation on reported breakthrough infections showed that less than 1% of people who are fully vaccinated experienced a breakthrough infection. Dr. Jessica Shepard is the chief medical officer at Verifine Health in Dallas and tells CBS News that breakthrough cases aren't unexpected, but still concerning with the Delta variant of the virus.
Breakthrough cases, when we think of vaccinations, are actually something that we can expect to see. Now, as you stated, those instances are going to be very low because we know that with vaccination, you're going to decrease the transmission of the virus. Now, what we do have on our hands is the Delta variant, which is very highly contagious. And what we've seen in instance from before of the other variants is that some people may infect maybe 2 to 3 people around them when we think of transmission and infectiousness. However, now with the Delta variant, there may be transmission for up to 5 to 9 people with someone who has the Delta variant of the COVID vaccine.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, I bet nobody saw this coming. No way, say it isn't so. Nobody wants to be a cop in Portland. Why not? Leaders in Portland looking to combat the rising homicide rate by resurrecting a police unit focused on gun violence. You know, because we had to dismantle that last year because the cops are bad. After a year of growing tension within the department, they can't find officers to join. I'm laughing. Can you blame them? Since 14 job openings were announced in May, only 4 police personnel have applied to work with the new version of the gun violence reduction team. Of course, which was shut down last year because of the protest about racial justice. We got to overhaul the police. None of those 4 have yet been assigned. Portland officers say these positions were once considered prestigious positions, obviously are now less desirable, given the increased scrutiny that accompanies the job. The new unit has its own citizen advisory board now that they instituted after the old unit was criticized, accused of racial profiling. A job description says qualifications include the ability to fight systemic racism. They are demonizing and vilifying you. Then they want to put you in a unit where you're under an even bigger microscope. Is it any wonder no officers want this job? Portland police have coped with frequent late-night street violence over the past year, criticism from politicians and activists on the right and the left. The assistant chief of Portland Police Bureau's investigation branch acknowledges morale is down. Criticism of the old unit and uncertainty about the new one and its relationship with this new oversight committee has undoubtedly slowed applications. Who wants this job? Who wants to jump into this position and be under the constant microscope? I mean, everything you do is being dissected, sliced and diced. And you don't want to find yourself on the end of the losing end. I can't blame the officers. All right, Chevy guy. Hey, you been out there fighting over a parking space, or what's going on this morning?
No, sir. No, sir. Not at all. Matter of fact, we got a little bit crowded here. Jolly Green Giant called me while we was on hold. Still there, Jolly Green?
I'm still on here.
Hey, Jolly Green. All right. Got
I just wanted to
freeway
know
conversation.
Our solicitations and aggravations. This is not a pre-recorded phone call.
All right. Yeah, thanks.
Good morning, Fly Rod, if you're out there. Hey, now, what I have to say, it doesn't mean that Jolly Green agrees with anything I got to say. This is my opinion. But, hey, in 2012, this nation more or less voted gay marriage in. The Democrat Party voted God out in the second inauguration of Barack Obama. Voted God out of the party. So yeah, I'm what we're seeing right now is scary. It's it just feels like, if you feel like God's hands of protection has been lifted. Now we see there was a reprieve under 4 years of Trump. But man, they're whole hogs on doing everything against everything that Donald Trump did, and it was good for this country. But there's a thing I heard on a Jewish newscast today, and Biden supposedly is siding with Russia to either step down or to not defend if Israel attacks Iran, because they're building missiles to attack Israel. So at this time, if that's true, and at this time I haven't seen any other news media on it, it is a Jewish broadcast. At this time, that means that all the nations of the earth is surrounding Israel, turned on Israel. That's biblical. I'm sorry, man. Everything looks like it's coming to truth. It looks like it's here, if you know what I'm saying. And just prayers for everybody, and, make yourself right with God, because it's going to be a crazy ride. And I've been telling everybody, I've been arguing with people, this election will make a big difference. I get a kick out of hearing Mitch McConnell, to our colleagues on the other side. He's talking to people that are honorable, and does he not understand that they plan to totally eliminate him? And I'm just this election coming, it's going to, if they do it to us again one more time, we've lost our country, and I'm terrified over the results. Jolly Green, did you want to say hi?
Hi, Steve. I just wanted to tell you, Bowling Green, Ohio, versus where you live, is a little bit south of Toledo on Interstate 75. That's where it's at, Steve.
That's a pretty good drive, huh? It's about, 3.5, 4 hour maybe?
Yeah. About 2.5 to 3 hours, Steve. From right there where 75 comes together with 275.
Okay.
But less than 3 hours.
That's not too bad.
Just want to let you know, I was listening, and instead of coming in behind Chevy Guy, I decided to call Chevy Guy.
It's a pretty good old boy. Go ahead, Jolly Green.
That's all I got to say, man. I just came off vacation, Steve, so it's trying hard to get back into things. Everything went wrong. But that's trucking.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. So how was the vacation? Did you have a good vacation?
What'd you say, Steve?
How was the vacation, though, itself? Was that good?
Oh, it was great. It was great, man. I mean, I got to feed every exotic animal you could think of. Giraffes, parakeets, camels, goats, elk, you name it. We got to feed them, and we got to battle.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
There you go.
All right, I guess that's it.
Copy in the mail?
Well, guess what's the... Well, there you go. Ain't that something? I ain't never had that happen before. Hello?
All right, well.
Yeah, hello?
All right. Have a good morning.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
We'll be coming the mail here in just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, boy.
All right, there you go. Yeah, what are we looking at? About 17 past the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. See if he's hanging in there. Eagle, back for take number 2.
Okay, yeah, I'm back in. I wanted to say something about, I misspoke my words when I said, when I was called in earlier, I said that people getting the vaccination was dumb. I shouldn't, I made a mistake when I said that. I should have just said, they, like we said before, everybody got a right to do what they want to do. And, everybody gonna have different opinions. So, if that's what you want to do. But here's something that's more important than that, Steve, is I didn't get a chance to address that in the first call. And that's what's going on in California. And I like to know what you think about this, because I think it's a trend that's going to be going on around the United States. In good old Cuomo up there in New York, he's been hiding out for the last couple of months, but look like he popped his ugly face out again. Now they're saying that restaurants around California, and now I think he said in New York, are going to be requiring people to have a vaccination identification voucher or whatever to go into these restaurants in certain places around the country. And I don't really like that. I don't think that nobody should be, I don't think you should be denied access to a restaurant just because you haven't been vaccinated. I like to know what do you think about that? Do you think that people should be not denied access to a restaurant?
Absolutely not. I mean, I've been saying it's coming this way. As soon as they made the announcement over in France about 2 weeks ago that they're going to require vaccination to enter bars and restaurants, I said it's coming here. I mean, I think even locally in Cincinnati, just north of Cincinnati, in Oxford, there's a bar there, a big bar, I think up on the college campus, that just announced they're going to implement either you have to show a proof of vaccination or proof of a negative test within the last few days to get into the bar. That's going to be going all over the country.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And, it's also affecting people's jobs, too, in the hospital areas. I can understand that, being mandatory to have a vaccination. If you're working in a hospital, you definitely need to be vaccinated. I can't really understand, why somebody that works in a hospital wouldn't want to be vaccinated for their own protection. That, I disagree with those people on that. If you're in a hospital, you need to have some type of protection from this deadly virus. But Steve, one other thing I wanted to say to you, people keep saying China. I keep hearing, I'm looking at I was watching the Olympics the other day, and I was just looking at the athletes from the China Republic that represents that country. These athletes are like robots. They have no emotions whatsoever. Their government controls their every movement. They can't smile. When they do their performance, they walk back to the bench or whatever they got to do and move on. And you never hear us. They don't speak. They don't do nothing. These people are totally controlled by their government, Steve. They got an athlete right now. I forgot what country. It's a country in Russia. She voiced her opinion. She voiced her opinion about the government, and government officials told her to pack her bags and board an airplane back to that country because they didn't like what she had said, and no telling what would have happened. Luckily, Japan, some other places giving her asylum to where she doesn't have to go back to that place. But, like I say, because we got an athlete. The reason why I'm saying this is because we got an athlete on the U.S. Olympic team that won a medal, the same woman that they had a problem with a couple of months ago. When she won her medal the other day, she got up on the podium and disrespected the United States once again. Like I said, if this woman has such a problem representing the United States, why can't she go somewhere else and represent another country? Why is the United States that bad? Because I can guarantee you there are places that's way worse than the United States of America if she doesn't think so. So, like I say, if she doesn't want to be a part of the United States Olympic team or the part of the United States, she's more than welcome to move on to North Korea, China, Russia, Cuba, any other communist country. And like I always tell you, Steve, she'll be banging and kicking, trying to get her way back into the United States when she realized how good she really had it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All righty. Thank you much, Eagle. All right, that clears things up. We got open lines, wide open lines for the first time all morning, I think, at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, we all know it is a dangerous job that you do if you're driving truck for a living. And a sad story out of Florida where a fuel tanker truck driver lost his life Sunday afternoon, a fiery crash when his vehicle fell off a ramp a little before 4 in the afternoon in Davie, Florida. The 53-year-old truck driver, westbound on I-595 entrance ramp to the Florida Turnpike, when he lost control, went over a concrete barrier wall on the ramp, landing below in a grassy area. Some of the video, I mean, it was a pretty decent drop, and he was upside down to boot. A tanker was loaded with approximately 8,000 gallons of gasoline at the time of the crash, caught fire, exploding. As the truck was, again, upside down, the driver was trapped inside. So, obviously, passed away at the scene. Fort Lauderdale Fire and Rescue sharing video that was captured at the scene of the explosion. I will say that the Fort Lauderdale police did a good job with, the video itself will really bring a tear to your eye. Very somber music playing in the background, the scene from off in the distance, fire trucks approaching where you see the flames, and very heartbreaking. 53 years old. You got to treat every day like it might be your last, huh? All right, let me get back to the calls here. I see, I believe Jay wants to chime back in as well. Hello, Jay.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, this is Jay again from Washington. Thanks for taking my call. Let me clarify to not only you, but to others listening to this call, whoever that may be. I abhor violence. I'm not a violent man. But when I say that the only way out of the mess that we're in is armed revolution, that's not saying that I want to implement that or that I want that I'm orchestrating an armed revolution. I'm simply stating fact, as you were saying earlier, was it like the General Flynn about what facts are? That's a fact. And then I think you said something, Steve, about you got to be careful what you say. I could be called a domestic terrorist. Let me ask you: would Patrick Henry be described today, if he were to give me liberty or give me death speech today, would you ascribe to him the moniker of a domestic terrorist? I'll submit to you, before I let you answer, that the government surely would.
Mm-hmm.
They would call people like Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, they would call them domestic terrorists. You bet they would. Our founding documents, it's right in them if people would just take the time to read them. Read the preamble to the Bill of Rights. It says right in there. If we don't like what's going on with our government, they don't say that it is our right to change our government. They, in fact, say it says that it is our duty to change our government.
Yep.
And that's all I mean. Look, if more people would just wake up to the fact and identify who the enemy is. The enemy is not the illegal aliens pouring across our border. They're not the enemy. The enemy isn't the Muslims, wherever they may be. They're not the enemy. It's not the Jews. It's not the LGBT crowd. It's not the black guy down the street. We all, in this country, we all have a common enemy. And that common enemy, Steve, is in Washington, D.C. It is the United States federal government. Everything that they do and have done is as I said before, is violence towards the American people. Everything that they do. If they don't like what you do, they will bend you over the hood by any means necessary. I mean, just stop me, Steve, when you think that I'm off base. Do you think that I'm off base anywhere in what I've just said?
I think you're pretty much...
I'm not asking you to agree with me.
I think you're pretty much accurate, yes. I mean, the government's going to shut... I mean, we pretty much talk about that every night when we're talking about the examples of, censorship. You can't say anything negative. Even if you're a medical doctor, Yeah, and you've got all the PhDs and the LDs and all these numbers and letters behind your name. You can't say anything negative about the vaccines. They'll shut you down right now. Hell, they banned Sky News out of Australia from being able to post anything for a week on YouTube because they had a guest on that was questioning whether the lockdowns actually work, because they haven't worked, and most of the studies I've seen say they don't work.
Well, there you go. I mean, there you go. And there's many examples of it. There's a female doctor. She worked with Fauci very closely. I can't think of her name off the top of my head, but she's been summarily canceled. She's gone. She's been erased. But before that, they sent a SWAT team to her house in the middle of the night. I think she lived in Florida or maybe one of the Carolinas. And this was about like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Because she had come out saying, hey, these protocols with the coronavirus and all that, it's all wrong. It's all tainted. Fauci is lying to the people. They went and arrested her. They took all of her papers and they kept her in jail. Basically, what's the term? Incommunicado. They wouldn't let her call an attorney. Her husband didn't even know where they had taken her. And it was days. I think she spent, maybe it was less than a week, in solitary confinement.
Wow.
And since she's been out, and again, I can't think of her name. I think her last name begins with an M. You can look it up for yourself. But I just want to make it clear. When I say that violence is the only answer, I'm simply taking a play out of the government's own playbook. That's all they do when they don't like what you do. If they don't like what a foreign country's doing, look, I'll give this analogy. Do you think if the Three Little Pigs would have just practiced a little bit more democracy with the big bad wolf, that he would have left them alone? No, he wouldn't have. The Three Little Pigs. That's us, man. We cannot talk our way out of it. We can't vote our way out of it anymore. We can't play the game when it's their game. If I'm making myself clear, and I just really want to make that clear when I say that violence is the only answer, I'm simply saying what the government does every day. That's what they do. And I'll leave it at this, Steve. I'll leave it at this. They're not going to stop, the federal government. They're not going to stop, Steve, until we make them stop. And I mean that. Mm-hmm. I mean that. I'm serious about that. I served this country. I served this country in combat. And I didn't serve for this. This isn't the country that I served for back when I served in the early 80s. It's far from that. I have so little respect for the American people. And quite frankly, Steve, for some of the callers that have called in this evening saying, hey, that guy's, he's a lunatic. Now, I'm just paraphrasing, and nobody called me a lunatic, but to maybe criticize some of my verbiage in such a way, I'm sorry. Unless more people stand up for this country and for the founding documents of this country, we're doomed. That's all there is to it. Are you going to vote? Are you kidding me? I'll leave it at that, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, Jay. Yeah, I'm glad to get a little chance to get a clarification, as he says. All right, there you go. And we get a news break, final news break here on a Tuesday morning. Good to have you with us. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Senators began to dig into the $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill on Monday after receiving the more than 2,700-page bill late Sunday night. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has pushed to get a vote on the bill done this week, while Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has called for a more measured period of debate and consideration. Speaking on the Senate floor, the Kentucky Republican said that the process should not be accelerated for political purposes.
But a necessity, the same goes for the Senate having a robust and bipartisan amendment process on legislation of this magnitude. Our full consideration of this bill must not be choked off by any artificial timetable that our Democratic colleagues may have penciled out for political purposes. Our bipartisan negotiators have already been taking this task very, very seriously. The American people need the Senate to continue taking it seriously.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Working from home? I'm Chad Dodd, veterinarian and consultant to Limp Bells. Here are some tips for keeping your dog fit while staying at home. Find 15 minutes twice a day and walk your pet at a decent pace around your place. Play hide and seek by hiding some kibble or favorite toys and letting your dog find them. If you have stairs and your dog is mobile, walk up and down twice a day for 5 to 10 minutes. Or better yet, try a power walk on your terrace or backyard for some fresh air. There are more helpful pet care tips at youmove.com, spelled youmove.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And as always, don't forget to support the program. If you haven't tried Hot Shot Secret products, you need to try them. Gasoline engine, diesel engine, got a full line of RV products. We're in full season swing. People out there tooling around the country with their RVs. The perfect slide-out lubricant. A full line of products. And if you're going to place an order, go to hotshotsecret.com and use the coupon code at checkout, Overnight Drive. That'll get you 10% off your order immediately. Okay, yeah, let me see. Back to the phones we go, and not sure who we got on the line. Talking about Mike Lindell or whatever. Who we got on the line?
Yeah, it's Rick. How you doing, Steve?
Morning, Rick. Doing well.
Just briefly, congratulations on the show. I've been in the shadows. I've never called, but I've been, well, let's just put it this way. I started to hear you when you filled in for your dad, right?
Okay.
Been a few days now.
It's
but anyway.
been a few days, yeah.
The thing that's really driving me nuts is I watch all these news channels and everything else, and they're talking about, well, in 2022, we got, no, Mike, I don't know if you know, do you know about Mike Lindell's, what he's been working on with all these different scientists and forensic guys?
Absolutely. Yes.
You do know about it.
Yes, and he's got his digital symposium coming up Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week. That's his digital symposium. $5 million offer for anyone that can come in there scientifically and disprove his claims, he says.
Right. I'm not hearing it anywhere, and it's driving me cuckoo. You know what I mean?
Well,
but I'm glad you at least know about it.
Yeah.
Maybe you could share it with people to check out the Lindell TV website or something. I don't know. People need to hear about this because I'm sure most of the media is going to avoid going there and try and pretend it's not really happening. But if people know, I don't know. I don't know what to do in this case, but I hope it goes somewhere.
Well, what's really sad, Rick, is even Fox News. Late last week, Mike had put a commercial together to advertise the digital symposium and talk about the $5 million award. Fox News refused to air his commercial. So as of over the weekend, he had pulled all his advertising off of Fox News.
Right. I heard mention of that. Yeah, that Fox News, I think, is pretty well washed up, at least in my book. Election night, I quit watching them after that. I was so disgusted with things that played out.
The setup on calling Arizona early and whatnot. I mean, yeah, hell, 3% of the vote was in, and they called Arizona. It's like, the fix was in.
Yeah. It was pretty obvious where they were at, and then I can't tune them in anymore. I can't give them ratings,
Yeah, right.
It's just not right. But thankfully, we've got Newsmax and other outlets that are starting to grow, and people are waking up. Well, obviously, we know, thanks to Mike Lindell, that people woke up prior to the election because 80 million votes is the true count. I mean, and like you were talking earlier about, you were reading something about the statistically, it couldn't have played out the way they made it look like it played out based on the down tickets and the history and the patterns of the past. It's just crazy. I think most people know. They just don't know what to do about it. Sadly, it's going to probably come down to the Supreme Court to save us. But I hope they're up to it. Yeah.
Does anyone actually believe, you think anyone really believes that Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, who spent his whole campaign in the basement, garnered 12 million more votes than even Barack Obama did for his reelection?
Exactly.
Well,
anyway, that was my main point, Steve. I just had to vent that out there. And
well, Rick, let me.
Maybe you could help spread the word.
I'll do my best to continue to spread the word. Seeing as you're a first-time caller, Rick, you've been listening for a long time. Have you tried Hot Shot Secret Products? I'm going to get you a $60 coupon code, all right, for dialing us up this morning.
Sweet.
You go to hotshotsecret.com. You'll be able to make your $60 order. Shipping will be included, no charge, no nothing. And they'll text you the coupon code to the phone number you dialed in on.
Oh, that's so I don't have to do anything. Just wait for a text.
Correct. You're on a smartphone, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Or you can receive texts. Okay, yeah, they will text you the message.
Yes.
Probably sometime later today. I'll get that to Chad as soon as I wrap things up here at 5 o'clock. And yeah, $60 worth of whatever you need. Diesel additives, gasoline additives. Try the Hot Shot Secret products out.
Beautiful. And you took all the thinking out of it for me. I appreciate that part too.
All right.
But yeah, just so you know, there's probably a lot of us out here in the shadows that, you know, we listen and we sit back and we just eventually something just gets you to where you gotta call, you know what I mean? This is one of them things, but I'm glad I got the chance to talk to you finally. That's a good thing.
Well, thank you so much for being a listener, which that's what keeps me here, because they can track those numbers, how many people are listening at any given time. So don't be a stranger, and maybe one of these days, give us a call back and let us know how that Hot Shot Secret worked out. Yeah, improved fuel economy. Yeah, engine running better. If you got a transmission issue, get a bottle of the Shift Restore, as it's called. Miracle stuff. All right, who's next up here? Would that be? I'm not sure. Yeah, Rocket Man. I don't know who the hell we got on the line.
That would be Scenic Route. That's the first time it's gotten it wrong.
Scenic Route. Okay.
Steve, thank you for making my call.
Thank you.
I wanted you're quite welcome. I wanted to talk about the guy talking about armed revolution, and I'm going to say I'm with him. I'm not advocating it. But scenario I'm seeing, and when people think about this, they think, well, yeah, a whole bunch of common citizens are going to get together with their weapons and try and overthrow the government. No, that's not the way it's going to happen. The way I see it happening is, and I think it might very well happen before the 2022 midterms, the Democrats know that they're outnumbered. And they knew they had to cheat to beat Trump. So they did. They found a way to do it. Now they've found a way to do it, they're going to try and do it again. If they can't do it again, they're going to think of other ways to maintain their power. One indicator was when Biden last week, I almost couldn't believe he actually said it, but somebody said today he's too stupid to lie. He came out and said that he was looking into the legalities of making the vaccines mandatory. Now, I don't know exactly how he thinks he'd go about forcing the American people to do something like that, but I believe that the progressives, because they know better than we do, they would look to find a way to force us to do things like that. And I think it would come down to sending military units, some kind of a force, to force people to do something like that, or maybe confiscate our weapons. And that would end up in a situation where they're pushing the majority into a corner, and the majority is going to say, hey, no, that's not going to happen. And I think the majority of the military that are given orders to do something like that would turn on the government. And there would be, all of a sudden the military and the common citizens working together would force a change in government. And I think that's what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I don't think they're going to physically come out and grab you and hold you down and give you the shot. What they're doing, and it's already in progress. Cuomo this past day urging businesses in the state of New York to make it mandatory for anyone to come into their business, their place of business, to have proof that they've been vaccinated. They're going to make it so difficult for you to live your life. You can't go to the grocery, you can't go to a bar, can't take your wife out for dinner, can't go to a movie theater, you can't do anything unless you get the shot.
Right, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that comment was more him asking private sector and all federal authority and maybe state, I don't know how they would sign on to that. Saying that they're, put so many restrictions on people that they're forced to get it that way.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
Look how many people right now are being forced to make the decision. Either you get the shot or you're going to lose your job. You've got 60 days to decide. You determine your fate, You want to go on a cruise? Yeah, you got to get the shot. I mean, of course, DeSantis has been fighting that, but that's, I mean, a lot of people how many people are going to be willing to lose their job rather than take the jab?
Well, I think enough would be, and the progressives just can't stand any kind of dissent. I think they would go the extra mile, even past these restrictions. I think they would do something with the force of police or some kind of force to get everybody to do it. Because there's going to be a substantial amount of people, including myself, who would quit their jobs rather than take the vaccine.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's deadly. And they want 100% compliance. And I think that combined with the fact that with these laws that are being passed by the conservative states, making it harder to cheat, I think they're going to go to Plan B. I think they got a Plan B up their sleeve, and it involves doing away with the elections. So, we'll see what happens before the midterms, but I think that's the scenario that could very well play out because you got a bunch of crazies in power right now. That's about all I had, Steve.
All right, crazy world we live in, huh? Thank you much. Scenic Route, about 9 before the hour. I saw the little blurb. James just sent me an email a few minutes ago. I saw there was a representative that was speaking out loudly about this yesterday. This 2,700-page infrastructure bill. You say 2,700. What the hell is buried in this thing? On page 2,149, the quote, infrastructure bill reads, no individual in the United States may, on the basis of actual or perceived race, color, religion, national origin, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, age, or disability, be excluded from participating in, be denied the benefits of, or subjected to discrimination under any program or activity that is funded in whole or in part with funds made available to carry out this title, emphasis added. It should be noted the President's 2021 coronavirus package, the American Rescue Plan, did not and does not include the phrase gender identity. National Public Radio defines gender identity as one's own internal sense of self and their gender, whether it's man, woman, neither, or both. Unlike gender expression, gender identity is not outwardly visible to others. Issues of equality and acceptance of transgender and non-binary people, along with challenges to their rights, have become a major topic in the headlines, says NPR. The biological genders, male and female, have been under assault during the Biden administration. Breitbart News reported that the left-wing American Medical Association's Board of Trustees has been busy over the summer crafting a resolution to remove male or female from our birth certificates, which I touched on that last evening's program, I think in our first or second hour. Yeah, they say evidence of an individual being born is the only information necessary. It was born. We're not saying it's a male or it's a female because it may be both. You're an it. At some point in time, you can make the determination of what you want to be designated. Who was it that was saying that there was one woman that identifies as a blue mermaid? I identify as a blue mermaid. Can I put that on my birth certificate? I'm a blue mermaid. This is how sick and demented this country has become. Oh, good Lord. Captain Ron, yeah, go ahead.
That's got me laughing with that Blue Mermaid. I tease the wife that I'm going to paint myself gold with a mermaid suit on and go lay out there in Clearwater Beach and charge people to take my picture. Anyway, help me figure something out. I called yesterday and said that Florida's cases are over 21,000. That topped the previous day and record of 16,000. But I haven't seen a mass testing facility in months or even heard of one. I don't know where they're getting these massive numbers from.
I saw a photograph, a still photo of a drive-through testing facility, supposedly in Florida, but I don't know if that was from last week or 12 months ago, for that matter. Who knows?
Yeah, I haven't seen one or even heard of one. And they even got rid of all the drive-through vaccination sites. So I don't know. But anyway, we had a store, a Walmart, Clearwater Walmart, that closed for COVID cleaning today. And I went into a different Walmart, and they're back to counting you as you come in to see how many's in the store. I think we're going to be going back to the way we were.
Yeah, I see.
What it feels like to me.
Some of that's coming down the pike. I see it. Yeah.
That's what it feels like to me. Well, anyway, I'll let you go with that. Maybe you can have time for one more caller. We'll talk at you another night.
All right, Captain Ron, I think you're the one that's going to have to wrap it up for us. I mean, yeah, we're going to miss Heatwave and Vic. Sorry, guys. It's a 5-hour show, but we indeed had a very, very busy morning. Thanks for all those chiming in to help me make it through the night, as the old song said. Again, don't forget to support the program, our Hot Shot Secret products. And, of course, don't forget to go over to overnightdriveradio.com. So, get your Overnight Drive Radio gear. We get you some swag, T-shirts, hats, travel mugs, you name it. Overnightdriveradio.com. Click on Shop and support the show and help spread the word. And we'll be back at the midnight hour tonight, kicking off a Mike Hope Day, all right? Hope you'll join us. Thank you for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.